Hello,
Hello,
can you hear me? How are you?
good, how are you? Yes, we are getting you well.
Okay, so how much time do we have?
Um, we have 4 hours for this session, and it's now 5 to 10, I think.
Okay.
And we
So,
still have a few number because we have 13 attendees only. Maybe
yes,
we can wait until 15.
until we have 15 participants, okay?
Yeah. No, 15 until 5 past 5:15.
So 15 minutes past 5. Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay. So we can wait for around 4 more minutes and then we start.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
No, no worries. Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, it is about 15. Yes, do we start?
Yeah, I think now we can start.
That's okay.
But yeah, but before I start, I actually want to tell something for those who joined today. We have a session of 4 hours of strategic performance management. This session is going to be facilitated by CPS and Kalis. Maybe he will talk himself in details before starting this session. And we'll be having also the second one on 19th. And I want you, for those who have any question or want to raise any issues, we have this platform. You can use chat box or you can use Q&A. And also, if you want to talk, I have given the tutor the permission to allow you to talk. You can raise hand and so that he may give you the permission to talk. So without taking much of your time, I think we can start, and I wish you a good session. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Isabel, for the wonderful introduction. I think I don't have to introduce myself once more. But like you said, I'm CPS and Kalisa. Some of you may could be knowing me, but I don't have the opportunity of knowing you. Only that what I kindly request is that you make this session as interactive as you can. Please use the chat, the Q&A platform, or you can speak to me directly in case there's something you want to know. The only challenge I have is having to instill knowledge in you in a limited time that we have of just the 4 hours, which is not easy given the content volume that we need to cover. But like you've suggested, I think I'm going to be concentrating. Ah, my voice is not clear. Okay, let me see. Let me see.
It is breaking somehow. Maybe you can check your connection.
Isn't it the connectivity of this place? Because there is nothing I've done to this machine and I've used it before. So is it better now? Hello?
Yes, somehow.
Somehow better? Okay, unless if it persists and continues, then I'll need to use the IT to check. And this is why I was like, let me just sit around the IT team, just in case things are not coming out properly, they can be in position to facilitate. Anyway, have been a teacher before, I've been a lecturer. I think some of you I could have taught you, I don't know, I don't remember, but just in case you need to talk to me directly, please feel free. This is a paper that is quite challenging, but in a way possible. And I understand that maybe Gilbert has shared with you the statistics around it. But the statistics is that the pass mark is almost similar to other papers, like we're going to see. It is not an easy paper and it's not a hard paper. And what you're going to be seeing today is how to prepare for an exam, and specifically how can you prepare for an open book exam? Because most of you have failed this paper, despite the fact that it's open book, simply because you take it at face value that this is a simple paper. My voice again. What should I do? Is it on the settings that I need to work on? Uh, let me see. Uh, private settings. Let me see voice. Okay. Geraldine, yes. Okay, I've gone quiet because I was trying to see whether I can connect again. How is it now? I'm not using any headsets, by the way. I'm just using my laptop. So how is it now? Is it good? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm getting you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Can you hear me well?
No, it's not well.
Even from your end.
Yeah, the voice is still breaking. Maybe you can check the issue.
Issue, if it's not this machine, I'm getting a feedback that at least now,
Yeah, at least, yeah, somehow.
in the meantime, because again, if it's an online revision and the voice is not clear, then we are not solving the problem. Because ideally, we are going to be using a lot of efforts to speak when you guys cannot hear, then it doesn't add up. So if you can tell me that I can continue, yes, I can continue. But in the meantime, then I can request our IT to come in and see what could be happening.
I think
Yes,
now
please.
it's okay.
Is it better?
Yeah, somehow it's okay somehow.
I didn't want it to be somehow. I didn't. I really wanted it to be. Yeah? Can I go on? Ruru, what is Ruru has something to say. Okay, Ruru, Gilbert, can you assist us to manage at least the Q&A, just in case somebody wants to speak? Please open up, unmute them.
Yes, Rhoda, Lulu can now speak.
Ruru, please go ahead and raise your question, or just want to say something. Hello? Okay, maybe she raised it by mistake. So, are you saying that I can go on now? Still, the voice is not clear.
Are you using headset?
No, I'm not using any headset. I'm just using my normal computer.
Oh, that's wrong then.
Let me call the IT. Give me 2 minutes because I'm here in the office.
Yeah,
Let me
sure.
call the IT to just come and check for me. Just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow, yes. Hello, can you hear me now? Gilbert, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Now it's okay.
It's okay. I'm so much better. Okay. Let me return. Thank you. So thank you for your patience. Maybe the issue of the machines, sometimes they can disappoint, but so I was telling you that we are going to be having strategic performance management, and the challenge that I've been having is how I'm going to instill the knowledge I have within the shortest time possible, because now we're talking about 3.5 hours. The couple of things that I'm supposed to cover, I'm not too sure, but I'm going to try to cover as much as I can. I'm seeing somebody again saying you're not hearing well. Is that so, Gilbert? Is that still the case? Hello? Just before I continue, I need to confirm. Valentine is saying she can't hear you. She can't hear me well. Can you hear me yourself? Problem is not solved. Some are saying we are now okay. Now, in the interest of time, since some people are okay, some of you, the problem could be your own machines, because at least if some can hear me, then I tend to believe that it could be a problem with some of you guys. Okay, so I'm moving on now. What we're going to be covering today, I want to take you through the nature of the paper, which I don't want to spend too much time on. You are very much aware that the paper you're doing is a 3 hours and 45 minutes, but the 45 minutes are not all of it for writing the exam, because it has 15 minutes for reading. So basically you have 3 hours and 30 minutes, and the paper is made up of two sections, A and B. Section A is compulsory, which means you cannot run away from it. And section B, they have 3 questions in which you're meant to answer at least only 2. So the 2 questions in section B, they are made up of 25 marks each, which makes it another 50. And in total, you have 100 marks. Now, even before I continue, first you think about what you are going to do with the 3 hours and 30 minutes in 3 questions. So now the question is, it is up to you now to determine how you're going to distribute the minutes that we have. If you have 3 hours and 30 minutes and you have 3 questions, section A is 50 marks and it is compulsory. Ideally, most of the students, you waste too much time concentrating on section A. And even if you pass section A at 100%, let's say, it is very unlikely that you will get the pass mark of 50 marks. So it is really important that you plan accordingly and you spend the maximum time you are meant to spend on that section A question. Now, there are 2 options to me. If you have 3 hours and 30 minutes, there is a possibility of spending around the 2 hours on section A, but you are risking spending around 45 minutes on the remaining 2 questions in section B to make it 1.5 hours. Ideally, if it were me, I would spend 1.5 hours on section A, then section B. I know it is not easy, but sometimes it depends on the nature of the question. If you believe that a question is very simple, please start with it, as opposed to just struggling when the exam has just started. Start with the easy question first, and then move to the harder ones later, so that you can manage time effectively. So this subject paper, it aims at ensuring that students have the ability to conduct a critical strategic analysis of unfamiliar business situations. So the question is going to give you a rough question scenario where by a business is going to be having issues and they expect you to advise accordingly. This is not a strategic paper per se, but it's a performance management paper, though you are required to have a little bit of understanding on the strategy just before you move into the performance evaluation. So this includes the ability to, you should be in position to select, to integrate, to apply the appropriate techniques and approaches in order to identify problems. Now, when you read the scenario, I tend to believe that even in the 15 minutes of reading time, if you are looking at the case study in section A, you should be now pinpoint the areas of concern. Now you're starting to see the problems, the opportunities, which recommendations are you going to pinpoint? Then this paper again builds on technical knowledge of managerial finance, management accounting, and other disciplines that you studied in earlier subjects. So don't be surprised when they ask a question in the exam and it is not part of the syllabus, because there is an assumption that it is building on other papers that you could have undertaken earlier on, like managerial finance, for example, or management accounting. At your level, don't expect to see much of calculations, for example, things to do with the budgeting, things to do with the variance analysis. Some of those ones, they might even calculate them for you, and they ask you to only analyze. I'm going to spend some time, that is the structure of the paper itself, but then we need to agree, first of all, on how much time are you going to allocate for section A. And I want to hear from you because I want to have an interactive session. I don't want to just be the one talking. So I just want to hear from you, anybody who can just at least to talk to me so that I understand that you guys are there. How much time would you spend? What is the maximum time you can spend on a section A? Hopefully, as video has opened for you so that we interact, because I need this session to be as interactive as it can be. And if you have questions and you cannot talk, please use the chat and the QA platform. So now the question is up to you now. It is just a normal question. I just want to hear from your end. How much time do you think you can spend on section A? What is the maximum that you believe you can spend on that question? Alex is saying 2 hours. Alex, thank you for that. 2 hours, it is still fine, but there is also another risk because sometimes section B questions, they can also be tougher. You never know. Yes, 100 minutes, 1.5. Me, Leonard, Ruru, I can also recommend that if need be, please don't go beyond 1.5, though it is not very easy because 15 marks, ideally, you tend to answer the question depending on how it is asked. For example, if you look at the action verb, for questions which are highly unlikely for an open exam, are to be asked to list or to just measure. You are likely to be asked questions which are going to be using a very strong verb. But ideally, I would tend to believe that spending 100 minutes or spending 1 hour and 30 minutes, it's a good idea. And you spend at least the remaining 2 hours in section B and also trying to come back to section A because you need some time to cross-check whether whatever you wrote was really paramount. But this one is more of the approach of deciding to vote, but you shouldn't go beyond 2 hours. 2 hours is the maximum, which means that the remaining two questions in section B, you are going to be able to spend around 45 minutes. Are we together? So thank you for that input. Now I move on to the most important elements on some of the tips for a successful exam preparation. Now, I want to spend too much time on this simply because it is an open book exam, and surprisingly, most of you are failing. How can you fail when you have the resources with you? You went with everything, you went with the textbook, you went with your notes, but you still fail. Before I move into that, let me look at some tips for a successful exam preparation. Now, this is general, for a general approach to pass your exam. This is totally different from preparing for an open book exam. Now, I want us to first discuss this. What are some of the tips for a successful exam preparation? Now, first is make a realistic revision schedule. If you have 2 papers or 3 papers per se, you might want to decide when do you revise a particular exam or a particular paper. You don't have to do that reading. Maybe you can say, yes, today I'm going to read, for example, strategic performance management. But sometimes it could be boring. So make a realistic revision time schedule whereby you give yourself the maximum time for you to be in position to read. Why am I saying this is that sometimes when you read a particular subject, you can get bored. So try to at least mix. You can say, okay, if you have 4 hours in a day of reading, at least spend the first 2 hours reading, let's say, strategic performance management, and spend another 2 hours reading another paper to just have a mix up of the subjects to avoid getting bored with doing a few hours of revision each day. Okay? I think this is what it means to make a realistic revision schedule. Now, find a revision style that fits you. My friend, you've seen some people, when they are reading, they can afford to listen to some music. But some others, they don't want that music. I mean soft music in the background. I've seen so many people doing it. But if it doesn't suit you, then you look for another environment which suits you. For example, if you prefer to study in a library, please find a library for you to go and sit there silently. If you prefer that music in the background, please go for it. That is what means to find the revision style that fits you. Point number 3 or bullet number 3 is customize your notes to make them more personal. Now, if you did borrow that textbook, you are free to write in it. You are free to use the color coding. Cards, you can draw diagrams, whatever helps you to learn the topic. Please use it. That is on the assumption that the textbook belongs to you. If it doesn't belong to you, please don't write in it. Okay, you can now customize your notes by having a separate notebook for you to summarize. It is always very important for you to summarize a topic because one way of learning is by summarizing a topic. And by the way, another way of learning here is for you to answer a question. If you want to learn fast and make sure that you don't have to revise again, when I ask the question, please try to be the first one to answer it. Because I came to realize that one way of learning is making sure that you at least you answer a question in class. Whatever question you answer, I'm sure I will never forget it. Come back to the tips. Make sure you understand everything. Why am I bringing this point here? It is because it is really hard for you to question Scott. You've looked at the syllabus, how big it is, the strategic performance management, but you cannot know really which areas are going to be brought into the exam. Even if you knew the area, you might not know the exact element. For example, if I'm talking about non-finance performance measures or performance measurement, I might pick one of the areas, but you can't be in position to pinpoint which area. So please make sure that you understand everything. If you read something and you don't understand it, please check the textbook. Put in the same topic, but now this time around, you can either visit Google or get another textbook which can explain to you to make sure that you understand. But make sure that, please, you understand everything before you go for that exam. You can even ask a friend, you can even ask a lecturer, you can even ask anybody you want. But please don't believe that you're going to question spot. It will not work for you. The next tip, look at the past exam paper. This is very important. I believe most of you already know this. You don't have to be reminded, but it is important for you to revise for a paper by looking at the past exams to familiarize yourself for the practical exam. Now, some of you, you only come for the final exam when it's your first time to attempt an exam. Please try as much as you can to sit for a mock exam, even if it's just a friend, you sit with a friend, you time yourself. Even if it's a past exam and you have a past paper, please do it with a friend by timing yourself in an examination time different and figure out whether you can finish that exam within the given timelines. It is very important for you. Now, take regular breaks. Reclining sometimes studying for 45 to 60 minutes could be a great remedy, but please make sure that you don't ruin your concentration. Okay? Each time you study something and you get tired, please, you need to have a break. Okay? As opposed to, some of you, you say you want to study, you go into the library, you spend there the whole day without even eating. My friend, that is very dangerous. At least after every 1.5 hours, you can have a break. That is a very good tip for a successful exam preparation. And of course, you need to reward yourself. For example, if you could take a longer bath or watch a nice movie once you finish your revision session. If you go home in the evening after a long day, please just relax a little bit and watch a movie. Some of you, I know it's very hard for you to watch even a movie when you are preparing for the exam because you feel that you are just wasting time. You are not wasting time because you need to reward yourself after you've had a long day. When you're not revising, you may use your spare time to get away from your books and do something active. You may exercise. It's good for taking your mind off stress and keeping your positivity. Besides, it contributes towards having a nice sleep. So make sure that after you've spent a whole time reading and revising, get some time for rewarding yourself. Ask for some help. I'm sure if you're feeling stressed, it is important to talk to someone you trust. You can ask your family member, you can ask a friend, you can ask a lecturer. Sometimes you can even ask your fellow students because sometimes I tend to realize that there are some topics which can be discussed by a fellow student better than a lecturer. Usafiri for Gilbert, I want to hear from you. What is your feel? Some students are still saying they cannot hear me. Hello?
Hello?
What is your feel? Because some students are still giving me feedback that cannot hear me. Do you hear me well?
Not well, not at all. Actually, yeah, it is still breaking. I don't know why. But before, when you started, it was okay.
When I started, it was okay. Now it's
Yeah,
breaking again.
yeah,
So
sure.
you need me to sit to put this laptop in my mouth, probably. Okay, how about that?
Maybe
Hello?
you can. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Okay, like that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me try to, but now the problem is with technology,
Hmm.
somebody saying I'm staying in an empty room. Yes, the room is empty. Actually, there is no one inside. So I cannot give that as an excuse. So let me just try to move as fast as I can because I understand we have a lot to cover and I can see, but at least it is very important for you to understand this examination preparation tips. So I'm going to move to ask for help. I've already explained that where you need to ask for help, including your fellow friends. Please ask them where you need support. Network connectivity, I doubt if it's the network issue, because if it was the network, anyway, even the network issue can bring about that. But since I'm at work and it's been working before, I tend to believe that it might not be the one. Okay, effectively handle exam days. Now, this one is a bit tricky because handling exam days, it means you have to be prepared for the exam. Start the day with a good breakfast. It is really tricky. It depends on your budget, but ideally would expect that yes, a good breakfast is also important to allow yourself get plenty of time to get to the examination hall. Make sure that you get your breakfast early enough and you get to the examination hall early enough. Some of you go to sit for the exam and you only realize that you are going to get a motorbike or a car when it is just 15 minutes to the exam, when you are not even sure the obstacles you are going to find on the road. Please remember to take everything you need, including the pens, the pencils, and the calculator for an exam that requires calculation. Then a bottle of water is also okay if you can get it, and including some tissues as well, because sometimes some of you sweat so much in the exam and you don't even find something to clear the sweat. So having a tissue is also important. Take a few minutes to read the instructions and questions in the time allowed. I think that we already discussed it, and ask the invigilator if anything is unclear. They are there to help you. Please ask them early enough. Plan how much time you will need for each question. Now, this is where we started from. If you realize that you've planned the 2 hours and you're still on section A and the invigilator has announced 1.5 hours to go, please rush to the remaining questions and leave alone section A. I'm not saying that you should leave it unattempted, but if you realize that the invigilators mentioned 1.5 hours to go, you spent 2 hours on section A, please move to section B. Okay? But it is a very big risk to leave any question unattempted. However good you are going to attempt those other questions, you have to you have to make sure that you do something on each and every question. So you need to plan how much time you will need for each question. If you happen to get stuck, please avoid panicking. Instead, read another question, but ensure you give yourself enough time to come back to it, assuming that you can really get stuck. Once the exam is finalized, try to forget about it. Do not spend too much time going over it in your head or continuously compare answers with your friends. Focus on the next exam instead. Any questions on those tips before I move on to the next element? Students, or you still have an issue hearing to me or listening to me? I want to move to the next, but I want to hear from your end. Yes, I move on. Thank you. Thank you, Niyonzima. I'll move on. Now I'll move on to preparing for an open book exam. Now, this is where the challenge is. The following strategy will facilitate you to better prepare for an open book exam. Now, preparation is key. Unlike the traditional closed book exams, which you already know, where you go to the exam and you are not allowed to carry anything. You know, that one requires you to recall the exam topics, everything. But open exams, they do allow students to consult. They difference their material. So you can either go with your notes, you can move with your textbooks in the course of completing the exam. Now, cut this. Just because an exam is open book doesn't mean that it will be easier or less challenging than a closed book exam. In fact, the reverse is true. Closed book exams tend to be more difficult than the traditional exams. So while closed book exams place emphasis on memorization and recall, the open book exams place focus on higher level learning and typically require you, the students, to evaluate, to analyze, to synthesize information rather than simply record it. So before I now move on to the strategies that you may use to prepare for an open book exam, please bear that in mind that an open book exam is as difficult as a closed book exam, and sometimes it can be even more harder. So preparation is key, which is point number one. The following strategy will facilitate you to better prepare for an open book exam. And preparation is very key. An open book exam focus on higher level learning. This means that a student can't just focus on rote memorization or recalling. So the purpose of the open book exam is to test a student understanding of the subject matter. It is meant for you to understand the subject matter, not just to recall what you studied. You'll be asked to formulate, you'll be asked to compare, You'll be asked to analyze, evaluate, or synthesize information as opposed to recalling it. Consequently, open book exams are often more challenging, like I said before, and with a lot of material on your fingertips, it is still complicated. Students still fail, and they have everything. So since they can be more challenging than other exam types, you must adequately prepare. And what do I mean by this? Approach your preparation for an open book exam like you would do for any other exam. This is very important for you students. Please underline this somewhere. You are going to prepare for an open book exam the same way, in the same style. You are going to prepare for a closed book exam. And just so you know, I'm worried that I'm telling you this for the first time. Some of you, because you believe you're going to move with your textbook, you think that you're going to find the answers in the exam. No, and it's a big no. And I'm going to tell you this for the fact that if you do that, you are prone to fail the exam. Let's prepare for the exam as if you're preparing for a closed book exam. That is tip number one. Number two, do not place too much emphasis on reference materials. One of the biggest mistakes that you students commit is to place too much emphasis on reference materials while preparing for an open book exam. During this exam, especially a timed exam, because this one is again timed, excessive notes, textbooks, and other reference materials can quickly become a liability instead of being an asset. And how do they turn out to be a liability? Because you have too much. Some of you went to the exam with a textbook, you went with an examination kit, the answer kit, you went there with some other notebook or summarized notes. Before you know it, you have too much on your disposal, and you cannot even figure out what to use. Please don't emphasize so much on those materials. Expect to have time to review your notes, reread your textbook in the exam because you can't or discover new information during an open book exam. If you don't know something, you are quite unlikely that you're going to discover it in that exam because you will not. You are most likely not to finish the exam if you have to rely on your notes or textbooks on each question. For you to benefit more, you just need to write down important facts or information on a separate sheet of paper right after getting your exam paper. I think please get this tip seriously. You need to prepare thorough, go into that exam by making sure that you're not going to rely on the book that you went with or the notes that you went with in that exam. Otherwise, you're going to be prone to fail, and I don't want you to fail anyway. I'm having revision with you for the first time, and I wish I can also have revision with you some other time so that I can tell you some of the facts and some of the challenges I came across when I was doing revision with the students of this paper. And why some of them, they're also giving testimonies on why they're failing this paper before. And now, after this revision, they are meant to go back and prepare for the exam. Like they are preparing for the course book exam and they made it. Now, organize your reference material. More isn't always better. That is a quote. Sometimes more resources may hinder your performance, and they just need to be reference materials only. What you are having in the exam is a reference material, but it's not an answer sheet for you. Okay? Make sure all reference materials you bring to the exam organized and that you know ahead of time exactly where all information is, that you may not need to assist you in answering questions by carefully selecting what you bring to the exam. So if it's a question that is asking about Potter's five forces, for example, make sure that the material you took, it could help you to find out where Potter's five forces is. And most probably, just to give you on a snapshot, maybe on a point like the bargaining power bias or the rivalry in the market. But if you move into the exam and you're just going to read the Potter's five forces in the exam, you're prone to fail. Because the material you went with in the exam, you are going to use it as just a reference material. If you wish, you might even create an outline of your reference material so that you can quickly find important information once the exam has started. As you are expected to have started all key concepts and topics during the exam, your main concern is about locating information, not studying it. Underline that. You are going to the material you took in the exam. If you organize yourself well, you are going to locate it easily as opposed to you learning the material in the exam hall. If it's permitted, you may highlight in the content of the book where important subjects are covered. That is, if it's your book, you are free to just use color or use anything. For subjects with formulas, list out important data and formulas separately for easy access during the exam. If you believe there is a formula you are going to need, please, you can even list it down as opposed to you looking for the formula in the exam. It is very simple. Before you go for the exam, list all the important formulas you're going to need for the exam. If it's about EVA, for example, or residual income, or it's the question is asking about return on capital employed, and you might not remember the formula, please write them down, go in the exam when you have them on your fingertips, so that you can easily refer. Right? So next is familiarize yourself with key concepts. Many students do not familiarize themselves with key concepts before open book exams. So students often figure that they can simply look up answers while they're taking the exam. This is very tricky and it's very dangerous. Okay? Because open book exams usually cover more information and take longer to complete than traditional exams. You need to know this. You will likely run out of time if you rely on your book for every answer. I repeat this. If you know that you are going for an open book and you've carried your book, for you to check each and every question, you are likely not to finish the exam. And if you don't finish the exam, you are likely not to pass it. Full stop. So please move into the exam when you are just going to use that as reference material, as opposed to checking for every answer. Right? Do not plagiarize. I know this is not very easy at your level, but if you are at advanced level, ideally it shouldn't be a bad idea because plagiarism is unethical and is punishable, by the way. If you're going to use a textbook, ideally it means whatever you find in the textbook, please use your own language to borrow the concept, but not word by word. So never copy information directly from the book and pass it off as your own work or answer in an open book exam. It might not be easy for you, but please, just you can either summarize or paraphrase the statement. Lecturers are concerned with what their students have learned, so not whether they can locate information in a book. So you are allowed to quote directly from a book or lecture notes or support your analysis, but you shouldn't rely heavily on them. Last but not least is manage your time effectively. What do I mean by this? The same time management rules that apply to general traditional exams also apply to open book exams. Okay? First of all, at the offset of the exam review, how many questions there and determine how much time you could possibly spend on each question. I'm repeating this because it is very important. It is a tip for a general exam, but again, we have to look at it again when we are preparing for an open book exam. Because we say that open book exams can be quite harder than even closed book exams. So you need to you need to ensure that you use your time effectively. And even time management becomes a problem simply because you are going to be referring to the textbook all the time. And the person who's filling up a closed book exam, they're getting the answers from their head. So now that makes the difference. So finally, don't over answer questions. And I tend to believe that some of you already know that when you look at the question paper, it has a marking scheme. Each question, it has marks allocated to it. If you have a question, if you've seen a question that asks you to identify and it has at least, they ask you for points and they're giving you 2 marks. This question, they're already mentioning to you that however much you write, each point is going to be having 0.5 marks. So would you really want to waste 10 minutes answering a question of that nature? I believe not. So please learn to answer questions depending on the marks that has been allocated per question. If a question asks you to evaluate, for example, and it is just 5 points, but they are giving it 10 marks, just so you know that this question requires you to really do a lot of homework. They need you to read, to look at the pros and cons, for example, and they might require you to give your own position on that answer that you are giving. So basically, this is all about that. So exam time, once you be concise, try to be accurate, but yet you need to be thorough. This will make it possible to complete the open book exam on time and achieve a high score. Once finished, you should spend any extra time reviewing and proofreading your work for grammatical or spelling errors. Okay? These are some of the important tips that I wanted to share with you just before I dwell into the details of what I have for you for this paper per se. But the takeaways, please don't go in the exam thinking that you're going to get all the answers from the reference material. Please, that is not going to work. And if you believe that on each question you're going to refer to the reference material, you are likely not to finish the exam. Remember, you only have a maximum of 2 hours for section A and a maximum of 45 minutes, or a maximum of 1.5 hours and 1 hour each for section B questions. Those are the tips that I had for you for attempting this exam. Unless somebody has a question, then I move on to the next, to the dynamics of the subject itself. Any questions so far? No. Okay. If you have no questions, right, I'll move directly to the subject matter itself. Move on. Dos Santos, yes, I agree with you. Okay. I'll move on. Right. Now, like I told you, this is not a strategy paper, but it's very important that you understand what strategy means. And simply because when I was trying to come up with what I should share with you, I looked at a few past papers and I realized that sometimes questions to do with the strategy, the mission statement, the vision statement are very, very common. And this is one of the areas that you shouldn't really undermine. So what is a strategy per se? A strategy is a plan of an action designed to achieve a long-term organization objective. Just a plan. It is a plan, and usually it's a long-term plan for an organization. So objectives and policies are formalized within a framework of a corporate strategy. Now, this is the time where I expect now to get feedback from you, because I want now the remaining bit of the sessions to be as interactive as possible. So I'll be shooting to you back where I need to be. I'll be asking a few questions and I need a feedback just like we are in a physical class. So organizations should have a strategy, because why do we have a strategy? It is important because a strategy helps us to define and understand the purpose of the organization. A strategy helps us to have a business roadmap. Business roadmap means where are we heading? What are we supposed to be dealing with? Which products should we invest in? And which ones should we actually leave out? Of course, leaving out is something that we're going to be looking at when you are trying to evaluate the performance of a business and realize that some of the things are not working properly. But again, you need to look at the strategy. It helps staff to cooperate together in order to achieve the business goals. For example, you need to reduce the cost, you need to expand the market share, you need to improve product quality, customer service, and etc. It also facilitates the setting of values by providing business purpose. So this is why I thought it was important that you understand what a strategy means and why should an organization have a strategy. Now, let me move directly to the performance measurement systems. And directly, I understand, was it last sitting when an exam was asking about emission statements, and they give you a scenario talking about emission statement of an organization, and they ask you a question to figure out whether the mission statement of that organization is appropriate. A mission statement just describes an organization-based function in society regarding its products and services that it offers to its customers. Basically, it is something that tells the general public about the nature of its products and services it offers. And in most cases, mission statements they don't leave out the customers, because for you to make a profit, you need to make sure that at least you satisfy the customer. And that's why a mission statement can never miss the word customers. Even if it is not there, you find it in the vision statement or somewhere in the objectives. So what is the mission statement therefore address? It addresses the organization vision. It looks at the basic detailed objectives of the organization, the main purpose of the organization, the main activities, and the key organization values. The values we're talking about here is integrity, professionalism, unity, anything. Those are key organization values. And in an exam question, you ideally expect to see a scenario giving you some of the mission statement of an organization, and they ask you to analyze it. So when they ask you to analyze about or around the mission statement, please look at the organization vision, look at the different objectives of that organization, look at the main purpose of the organization, what does the organization do, and its key organization values. And if the organization is actually working the talk means, are they doing what they are saying, or they are doing the opposite? So what is the objective of having a mission statement? Or what is the objective of having clear defined objectives? They stimulate staff. Staff are going to be motivated when the objectives of the organization are clearly defined. They improve effectiveness and efficiency. What is the difference between the two? Effectiveness is about achieving the organization objectives, and efficiency is how best. Okay, how best are you going to achieve those objectives? So if you look at the inputs, the outputs, and then objectives provide a basis for measurement of control. Here, we're going to be looking at budgeting and the next chapters. They do also facilitate in the performance appraisal and articulate staff roles within the company, not mentioning consistency in decision making. So why I brought this is because there is an exam question that was asked last year, asking about a mission statement of an organization, and they wanted a student to articulate on whether the mission statement of that organization was appropriate or not. I move on to another important topic. But before I move to that topic, I want to also look at just to give you a snapshot on the strategies that the organization might undertake, because it's also very important. I understand that some of you could have covered them in your area subjects, but an organization can someone, a student, one of you, maybe use the chat or the Q&A and tell me at least any strategy that an organization may decide to take. Any strategy. Just use 1 minute to tell me that if, for example, you are working for an organization and it's trying to strategize, okay, move to the right direction. What are some of the elements? Which strategy might an organization undertake? Just give me one example. Just use 1 minute, use the chat form, or answer to me directly. 1 minute. I'm listening. Any strategy that you know? Grand strategies that any organization can undertake. Just 1 minute. Yes, offering discounts, that's a good thing. Hiring skilled people. Now, The difference is I only asked you for a strategy, but now let me paraphrase it, grand strategy. Because there is a difference between what strategic options you can take and now the grand strategy. The answers you've given, they are also very valid. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vianney. Thank you, JP. But now the grand strategies I was talking about are these. The grand strategies that an organization can undertake include growth, for example. There might be internal growth through expansion of investments. You can think about new product development or existing product enhancement, or externally through the acquisition of new business division. That is a grand strategy. Thank you, motivate employees. It's also another one, but I'm looking at the grand strategies. The grand strategy, I mentioned the growth. I mentioned another one, which is stability. And the examples you are giving, they are part of the grand strategies that any organization can deploy. Stability, this is referred to the pause strategy, where the organization tends to remain in the same position or grow slowly in a controlled style. Again, motivating employees can also be part of that strategy. There is also retrenchment. Retrenchment is a strategy where the organization goes through a period of forced strategy. This usually occurs when an organization product or service demand falls drastically. If, for example, your product is falling and realize that you are no longer making profits out of business, you can consider retrenching your business. Then there is global strategy. You can decide to pursue a global focus, whereby you can decide to move beyond the borders. Differentiation strategy, yes, this is also very good, because when you do a growth, stability, retrenchment, or growth strategy, you can also do one of those ones like differentiation. Thank you, Olivier, and the team. Thank you for that input. And I will now move to our costing techniques. By the way, before I move to the costing techniques, I don't know, I always prefer to cover something in depth, but I'm challenged with the time element. I wanted to ask you, would you be having an idea on the 3 levels of strategy? Again, 1 minute. The 3 levels of strategy. Focus on customer needs, yes, that is also very important. Customer needs, yes, it can also work under the growth strategy. As you grow, you might need to focus on the customer needs as well. Yes. So the question is 3 levels of strategy. Briefly, just before I move to the maximization of revenue and minimization of costs, corporate strategy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Olivier. That is very good. Yes, the corporate strategy is the one at the first level, and this is concerned with the scope of the whole organization. Okay, and it answers the question of what business should an organization be involved in. Thank you for that input, Olivier. It is the corporate strategy, and it is the apex of any business. This is where you find the top level managers. And in between, what do we have in between? What do we have in between? Because yes, we have the corporate strategy at the topmost level. Yes. We have the functional strategy. Very good. But before the functional strategy, Vianney, we have what we call the business strategy. Okay. Let me also come in. The business strategy is the one which is in the middle. This deals with what product or service should be produced and for which markets. So business strategy deals with how to establish a competitive advantage and also answer the question on how an organization should compete. So business is always about competition. And remember, the apex corporate strategy cannot achieve its objective without the support of the business strategy and the functional strategy that Vianney is talking about. Now, the functional strategy is the one which is concerned with the day-to-day operations, okay? This is the component, this is the lowest level, okay? And this one deals with how the components part of an organization can effectively deliver the corporate and business strategies of an organization. So here, they're looking at, yes, did you come to work? Yes, in corporate strategy, for example, there is diversification strategy, very good. That is a very good point because diversification is a decision that can be taken at the corporate level. Thank you so much. This is quite nice. So let's move now to the costing techniques. Now, this is quite interesting. Even though time is moving very fast, I'm challenged because we don't want to move very fast. And again, I need to make sure that I cover whatever I prepare to cover. You agree with me, instead of covering so many things for the sake of covering them, I would rather cover a few things and I cover them thoroughly. So you will bear with me, I'll cover whatever I have to cover, but I don't want to rush very fast for the sake of finishing. Okay? So let me move to the costing techniques and I start with life cycle costing. Now, life cycle costing, like its name, life cycle. A human being has a life cycle. Can somebody tell me the life cycle of a human being just before I move to the product life cycle? A human being life cycle. Anybody can guess? Feel free to use any platform. You can use the chat, you can use the Q&A, whatever you wish. Life cycle for a human being. Yes, yes. You start by birth. That is very good, Olivier. You grow, you mature, and you die. Excellent. Excellent. I love that. And that is the life cycle of a human being. But you killed somebody before they get married. You don't want them to get married. Okay. Yes. We are not going to say that marriage is compulsory. Yes, but yes, birth, you grow, you mature, and eventually you die. The same thing happens to a product. So this life cycle costing, it tracks and accumulates costs and revenues attributable to each product over the entire product life cycle, which facilitates it in determining a product or service total profitability, as opposed to the traditional costing method that accumulates costs based on the financial accounting year. I want to break this one for you just in a layman's language. The traditional method, when they ask you for costing, you say, okay, if it's costing for a product, we have different costing methods. You can either use the ABC activity-based costing, but that one is even advanced. Others use absorption costing that even absorb overheads. Others might use flash costing. There are so many costing methods. But now the traditional costing method, they look at costing as an end in itself. And that cost does not incorporate the element of profitability because they don't know. In life cycle costing, we are going to get all the costs of the product from birth, growth, maturity, up to when the product dies, including the cost of buying that product. And I'm giving an example. There's a friend of mine who has a car in Europe. Recently, you remember, he bought a car and he wanted it to go to China. The problem with that car is that he was requested to pay $1,000 for the car to be demolished. Now, that tells you that in some of those countries, even getting rid of a product costs money. And that is the essence of having life cycle costing. You get to know the cost of the product from birth to the end. And here, you are in a position to determine the product profitability because you know all the costs that are going to be attributable to that product. Yes. Thank you, Valence. That is very good. I think you guys are very smart. Life cycle costing is all about that. And by the way, even before I finish this, life cycle costing can be an examination area, either as a theoretical paper or either a theoretical question or a practical question. But the good news that I have for you is that life cycle costing is one of the simplest questions in the exam when it comes to calculation. Simply because they're going to give you the costs. For example, the component elements may include the research and development costs will be given to you. Cost of purchasing any technical data required will be given to you. training costs given to you, production cost, distribution cost, budget, marketing cost, customer service, branding, inventory cost, retirement and disposal cost, etc. All these costs are going to be given to you. What you will need to do is to add them together and compare them with the selling price. When you get your profit or loss on that product. As simple as that. Now, NB. The most important thing to remember is that yes, if there is an element of time value of money and you meant to discount those costs, please do so. That is the only element that can say about life cycle costing. But ideally, calculation questions about life cycle costing are always the easiest. Okay, so now I move into a question that could be asked under life cycle costing, the product life cycle. The product life cycle, it refers to a process through which a product undergoes from the time it is launched until it dies out, which already defined for me. The process is made up of 5 stages. Some textbook, they have 6 stages, but I think for the purposes of the exam, let's consider 5 stages. Stage number 1, introduction stage, like the same way a baby is born. This is a stage where a product is characterized with no profit as a result of being launched. Definitely, if you introduce a product, you don't expect it to have profits at that level. First of all, you've already spent a lot of money doing some research and development. You've spent a lot of money doing here, you are just even introducing it. You haven't done a lot of marketing per se, but at least you've launched the product. So at this level, competition is either non-existent or limited, though with high growth levels, right? Because at this level, the product has just been introduced to the market. So it's either there is no competition or competition is just limited. Okay, so we move on to the growth stage. To the growth stage, profit starts to come. You cover a little bit of the expenses you incurred at the introductory level. Because when you launch, you incurred some marketing expenses. Now, when the product is growing, when it has reached the growth stage, at least you've started paying back on some of those expenses. Okay, and the product itself is getting accepted at the market. Move on to the next. The next one is maturity. Maturity, this is the level where there is at least some element of competition. The competition is actually stiff. There are various players coming up to the market. And you should come up with some strategies, including advertising, promotion campaigns that attract the use and writing of royalties. Can you give me an example of a product that has reached its maturity stage in Rwanda? Because it can also be a question in your exam. Any product that you feel has reached maturity stage in Rwanda? Yeah, I'm waiting. 1 minute. Yeah, Primus, yeah. Do you agree, participants? Yes. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, though with some reservations. MTN also, yeah. Okay, those are some good examples, but we shall come back to it when we start discovering some of when we start discussing some of the strategies. But those are some. Leonard, thank you. Vianney, thank you. And but what is important to understand is that at least yes, there's stiff competition between MTN and Airtel. There is some stiff competition between Bralirwa and Skoll. And we are doing a lot of advertising and promotion materials to attract the use of rewarding of royalties. MTN has done it for some of you. Really, you want to say something? Please go ahead. Lulu, go ahead, please. Hello? Lulu, did you raise your hand by mistake? Okay. If you want to say something, you let me know. But I saw you raising the hand. Yes, those are some nice examples. Yes, I was giving you the example of the prestige card that MTN is rewarding, is giving out to their prestige customers, and I'm also enjoying it. When you visit the launch, you enjoy it free of charge. And saturation stage. At this level, sales growth appears to be in decline, which leads to a lower profit per unit as more competitors join the market. I don't know if you have any industry, any organization of this nature where we believe that actually the entity or the organization is in decline state. The profit, by the way, with stiff competition also, profits will go down because you can see it when we are evaluating the competitiveness of the market. When you're looking at the potential forces, like for example, the rivalry of the market that takes away the profitability of the company. So it will be some good point to discuss as well. Then we have the decline state. This is the last level of the product life cycle, and this is featured with a slow but accelerated this decline in sales and profits. This is the time that they may have to thinking about coming up with either a new product or you withdraw completely. And here we say the product is dead. Okay, this is the product life cycle. Now, the story, the graphical representation of the product life cycle is as is there. You can see that the curve is upward sloping. Introduction, it is still down. Sorry, I don't know what I've done. Yes, you see the curve here, at the introduction stage, sales growth is still low, and the profit is actually negative. So growth, the profit starts increasing. At maturity, yes, the profits are there, but they're more or less stable. Then decline, they start going down, and senility, that is when you are supposed to consider the abandonment of the product or you introduce a new one. Now, how do you evaluate the product life cycle? You need to do some marketing. During the product life cycle, it is important that you adjust the marketing approach is being deployed. You can do some promotions or you can do some advertisement, but it's very important. You don't just sit there and wait for a miracle. You need to carry out some continuous assessments. It is a requirement that organizations assess both the internal and external factors that could affect the product. Okay, such that at the end of the day, if you don't do the continuous assessment, it might get you by surprise that the product is at the decline stage. Okay, so you need product support. Products need to be supported by other variables, including an effective marketing mix. Anybody who can give me an idea on what they know about the marketing mix? Anybody who knows about the 4Ps? You can quickly use the chat to mention them. The 4Ps. The 4Ps. HP, you're saying after decline stage, the product cannot also grow. Unless if you're introducing a new product, but if the product has exceeded, has moved to the decline, thank you, Olivier. Yes, product price, place, and promotion. These are the 4Ps, and it's very important because at the product level, you're looking at the discounts you're giving, price, promotion, price, place, promotion, and product. Yes. So I was just mentioning product. You're looking at the product you're going to be providing to your customers, the nature of the product. Price, you're looking at whether you're going to be giving discount to your customers, or what pricing strategy are you going to be using. The place, you're going to be using, you're going to be looking at where the distribution channels are, where you're going to be selling, where is the location for your business or services. Promotion, you're looking at sales, after sales services, advertising, and so on. That is briefly to look at the 4Ps, which are very important for you under the marketing element for you to look at. Then let's go back to the evaluation. Response to change. Management should ensure that the organization products can respond to imminent changes. Sometimes you have a product and realize that it is not being brought to the market, then before you know it, you need to revise the changes you had initially. This is very important for you when you're evaluating the product life cycle. Make sure that management is able to respond to the changes in the environment. Sometimes they could be caused by prestigious, political factors, social factors, economic factors, or name it. Appreciation of the product cycle. Management should be able to acknowledge that their products will not last forever. And at a certain point in time, the product will reach a decline stage and therefore prepare accordingly. Please appreciate that. However good the product is doing in the market, be prepared for you to know that at some stage the product is going to move out of the market. Caused by a number of factors. Most probably it could have gotten deteriorated or it's out of fashion. People don't need it, name it. Now, what is the implications of life cycle costing? Return maximization over the product life cycle. First of all, between 70 to 90% of a product life cycle costs are determined by the early decisions made, most probably at the design or development stage. This is one of the implications. It means you only determine the costs at the starting stage of the product life cycle. So if you have not planned this, again, it is going to be very difficult for you. So basically, we are saying between 70 to 90% of product life cycle costs are determined at the early decisions made, not at the stage of decline or senility. Minimize the marketing time. When you have the product life cycle, it is very easy for you to know for how long will this product take to reach a particular level. So this refers to the market, this refers to the time from the conception of the product up to its launch. So the implication of looking at the product life cycle, it will tell you how long you need to market for the product, depending on the stage at which the product is. Minimize break-even time. Break-even is about the point of profit. At what point are you going to be break-even? Okay, making some profits out of your ventures. So a short break-even time is vital in keeping an organization liquid. Okay? So the shorter the break-even time, the better. And this is another implication of having life cycle costing. So minimize the length of the lifespan, minimize product qualification. Qualification, the means if products are updated or superseded too quickly, the life cycle is short-cut, and the product may discover its research and development cost before its successor is launched. I'll give you an example on the iPhone that some of you who own the Apple phones. Minimizing product proliferation is very important. For example, they use life cycle costing and they know how much the product is going to spend in the market. And this reduces the product proliferation because when they get to know that at least people are no longer buying a particular version, they introduce a newer version. And when they introduce a newer version, you know that people just go and queue on the stores to buy an Apple phone. And the Apple phone actually, the product life cycle is like just 1 year because every year there is a new Apple iPhone introduced on the market. Hence, minimizing the product proliferation. They manage the product cash flow. Since you already know that at this level or in these years, my product will be at maturity, then you get to know how to manage the cash flow. If at introduction, you already know that the product is loss-making, but you are very sure that when the product starts to grow, profits are also going to move up. So lifecycle costing contributes to effective and efficient management of the product cash flow. Then customer life cycles, even as customers, we have life cycles because you cannot afford to be clients forever. At some point, you also disappear. I'm a client for your organization, but I would realize that at some point, if I'm not given a benefit or a royalty, I might move away. And this is why most hotels, they give you what they call royalty cards for you to be a customer, a lifetime customer. Because you customers, you have lifestyles, you have life cycles. And you also, the companies that you are dealing with want to maximize the return from a customer over their life cycle. And by the way, repeat customers are less expensive. A new customer is very expensive. So the organization benefits by maintaining their old clients. Okay. Now I move into something. I move into something to do with Implications of life cycle costing. I think I've dealt with this. Now I want to discuss a question in the exam. A question might be asked as part of section A, or else it could be a section B question as a standalone or embedded into another question, either theoretical or requiring you to do some calculations. So be aware of that. And like I said, please don't move into exam expecting you to know all these things in the examination paper. So be aware of that question paper or that question that can arise in the exam. That is an important tip for you. Now, I'm going to move into another costing method because life cycle costing, I'm not going to cover all the costs that we have per se, you will excuse me, but I'm going to concentrate on at least some costing methods that I've seen previously in some question papers. Now, the next one is going to be something that usually never misses in any exam, and this is ABC, activity-based costing. Activity-based costing is a costing technique that involves the identification of the factors which cause the costs of an organization main activities to change based on the usage levels. Now, ABC is a costing technique that has come out of research, and most organizations actually they prefer to use it because at least it helps you to know what drives the cost. In absorption costing, you say somebody will tell you we absorb overhead using labor hours or using man hours. That one will not tell you what element really drives the cost. And you cannot know or you cannot manage the cost without knowing what brings the cost to that extent. So activity-based costing comes in to facilitate in that regard. So we have the 5 steps of activity-based costing. And I request you to make sure that you understand them because any calculation question on absorption on activity-based costing will require you to understand these first steps, okay? The first step will be to identify costly activities. This is very simple, and I'm going to also show you one of the simple examples. I'm not going to move into the hard examples because I know they can take a little bit of time, but I make sure that with ABC, at least I take you through 1 or 2 examples on how you can calculate ABC because it's a typical examination question. So the first step is you identify costly activities. What are those activities that drive costs? Step number 2, you assign overhead costs to the activities identified in step number 1. Assign overhead costs to those activities. Then identify the cost driver for each activity. Identify the cost driver for each activity. It's a matter of dividing the cost driver with the overheads, and then you get to the cost per unit. We are going to do an example there for you to be in position to see how do we identify the cost driver. Then calculate a predetermined overhead rate for each activity and allocate overhead cost to products. This is the 5 steps of activity-based costing. Sometimes in the exam, they ask you the 5 steps of activity-based costing. Please watch out. The other thing that I need to tell you is that please, when they ask you any question in an exam, theoretical question about anything, before you move into answering that question, please make sure that you give the terminology of the subject matter. If a question is talking about just in time, and they're asking you total quality management or asking you anything, please first, before you move in to answer that question, please first define what that element means, please, because I don't know how you can move in to the nitty-gritties of an item before you even define it. Please always define an item first before you move into the details. Even if the examiner has not requested you to define, please make sure that you understand what you are going to elaborate. The action verb could be defined. The action verb should be determine, evaluate, assess, whatever the action verb, please define the concept first before you move into answering it, okay? And now I'm giving you a tip because I've seen an examination question talking about activity-based costing, and they wanted you to elaborate, to assess, to elucidate on the advantages and disadvantages of activity-based costing. Before you move into the advantages or the disadvantages, please first define what activity-based costing is. Now, to give you a short example, first of all, look at this example. This was a simple question that was asked, was it in 2021? And it was part of it was section A or section B, I don't remember. But it was just, this is a very simple question, but I just want to give you a snapshot on how you calculate this. Profitability of a business, calculate the profitability of, let's say, a business X, by offering services to X, Y, and Z, where the total income is 180 per client. Now, this is a customer, this is a business that has 3 clients, X, Y, and Z. By the way, bear with me, I summarized this question because I didn't want to have so many theories into the slides, so I had to summarize it. But I want to make it clear to you. The total income is this, okay? You see, total income is 180. Basically, each and every client here, client X, client Y, and client Z, you are getting 180 as total income for each. This is the monthly income. Now, the cost for each is as follows. How much spent on preparing accounts and providing advice? You spend 6, you spend 4, you spend 8. The monthly total is 120. Number of requests for missing information, you have 5, you have 12, and you have 4. The total is 60. Number of payments remain the same. You have 3, you have 8, you have 10. The total is 30. Number of client meetings held, you have 5, you have 4, you have 2. And the monthly cost is 90. This question is very simple, but I just wanted to discuss it with you, just to give you a small snapshot on how you deal with ABCD. First of all, if the question is asking you about the profitability of X, Y, or Z, bear with me, and then move to the Excel sheet now. You see, this is the question. Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen? Hello, students, can you see my screen? Yes. Okay, thank you. Now, these are the monthly totals. They already shown them to us. You've seen them there. Now, the first thing to do is, first of all, what is the scenario saying? The scenario is saying that identify cost activities. Identifying cost activities, this is where we are. We have 120, we have 60, we have 30, we have 90. Simple. Assign overhead cost to the activities identified in step 1. Let me assign them now. Here, you see the same question that I have over there. My overheads are here. Okay? But now, I need to first get how much do I need? Identify the cost driver for each activity. What drives each activity? What drives each activity is going to be these totals, okay? For example, how I spent on preparing accounts and providing advices is 18. This is, I just add it, okay? This 18, I add 6, I add 4 and 8 to get 18, all right? Then I add 5, 12, 4 to get 21. Then I add 3, 8, 10 to get 21. Then I add 5, 4, 2 to get 11. Yes. Yes. Explanations, they're not, these things are going to be sent. Are you saying you're not seeing the Excel? And you're not seeing the Excel. Okay, let me see. Okay, so this is what I meant. But now the challenge I have is displaying them at the same time. Okay, let me now concentrate on the Excel. You agree with me? I'll go back there later, okay? So what I was saying is that you have to get the totals for each. This is just the summation of all those, which I will share with you. Then after getting the total, I have the monthly cost, we have the totals here. And remember, what that means is identify cost drivers, which you've already identified. Assign overhead cost to activity as identified in step one. Now, identify the cost driver for each activity. Now, cost driver for each activity, you get 120 divided by 18, you get 60 divided by 21, you get 30 divided by 21, you get 90 divided by 11. This gives you the cost per cost driver, which is highlighted here in red. Okay. Now, after that, are you there? Now, after that, what we are going to do is to get the cost for every element. Okay. If we have the cost driver, which is 6667, okay, multiply it. Okay. I'll get the cost driver 6667, multiply it with the cost driver of 4. This gives me 40,000 for X. Then for Y, you do the same. You get 6667 multiply with 4 for Y, it gives you 2668. You do the same. Here, it is very simple to do in Excel, but when you're doing it with your calculator, please watch out to make sure that you get the right figure. 5. And you do this for everything. So what you're doing is you're getting 2, for example, here, you're getting 5, multiplied with the cost per cost driver. You're getting Y, multiplied with the cost per cost driver, and you're getting X, multiplied with the cost per cost driver. And afterwards, you get the totals. After getting the totals now, you are in position to determine which cost, which is the most profitable. And you tell me what is the most profitable client between X, Y, and Z. Because once you finish up doing this, you sum up the totals. These are the totals. After getting the totals, get the sales income. The sales income, we already said that all clients are giving us 180 minus what we have. The total cost for X is 99481. The total cost for Y is 105, and the total cost for Z is 95. So when you get 180 minus 99 gives you 80. When you get 180 minus 105 it gives you 74. When you get 180 minus 95, it gives you 84. So what do you think is the most profitable client as per this schedule? Yes, will be Sims. Z. Thank you. Now you bear with me that since we're online, it might be complicated for you to understand each and every step, but when in the exam, you're not going to use Excel. That is where the challenge comes from. So I use here Excel for me to be in position to explain to you. But it's matter of getting a calculator. You get this, multiply it with this. You get this, multiply with this multiply with this. This is what the 5 step is talking about. Then after allocating overhead to costs, now compare them to the income, which is the sales revenue, minus the total cost for everything. Now this cost has been attributed as per the ABC, activity-based costing. Any questions so far? Okay. I will now go back to the presentation. Okay. All right. So we've just discovered that A will be the Z will be the most profitable based on ABC. But if it was not based on ABC, now it will be a totally different story. Okay? It will be a totally different story. But now I don't want to move into that. I want to give another example. This is what we've just calculated. I think you can see it. I'll be in a position to share it with you. But hopefully the formulas and everything will be clear because in the presentation module, you might not see the formulas, but I will share with you the Excel one, which also has the formulas. But for you, for the purposes of preparing for your exam, please don't rely the Excel sheet, okay? You need to get your calculator and you need to know how to multiply. And sometimes you even forget in the exam. I'm here to give you an example which is similar to what I'm talking about. When they give you the question and they tell you that figures are in a thousand, and sometimes you forget what that means. And you only consider figures, let's say, in a hundred when yet they are in a thousand. So when the figures are in particular denomination, please make sure that you use the denomination consistently. So what are the advantages of ABC? This is a typical examination question. ABC is a better basis for cost apportionment because they identify the real nature of the cost behavior. It means if you are a cost center and you've been spending maybe 1 million every month on administration costs, but you don't know which takes that cost. When you deploy ABC, it will tell you that, the number of calls you are making are the ones driving the cost. If you're a transport business and you don't know what is driving, let's say, the expenses, but you do 1,000 kilometers every month. When you do ABCD, you proportion that and it will tell you that, this is what drives the cost. So the first advantage, it is a better basis for cost apportionment because it identifies the real nature of the cost behavior. What drives the cost? You will be able to know when you deploy ABC. The second advantage is overheads are traced to the product, which increases a better understanding of the overhead cost and cost drivers. The example I've just given you about a call center. When you deploy ABC, you realize that yes, you're spending a lot of money on calls. So the expenses you have in that department are driven by the call center because of the calls that you make. Then it means overheads are going to be traced to the product or the service, which increases a better understanding of the overhead cost and cost drivers. So the moment you know that yes, it is the calls that are increasing these expenses, then you are in a position to know how to deal with it. I can give an example. If you work in your offices and you realize that, yes, there is a lot of stationery, or sometimes I don't know how how each of you, the organization you work with, or some of you, you're still students, you haven't worked yet, which I can understand. But most organizations, they can classify costs according to their function. For example, marketing costs, they put them under marketing, then administration costs, then they classify them accordingly. So if you are putting, for example, the cost of printing and you put it in administration, when you are not very sure, because there's administration, you can even have other costs there. You can have the salaries of the secretary of the CEO. It can be put into that department. You can have the invoice for security of the head office. It can be classified there. So if that salary and administration costs are going high or are increasing, and you are not sure what drives that cost, when you use ABC, you realize that, yes, okay, it is the printing that really drives this cost up. Then it gives you a better understanding of the overhead costs in the cost drivers. Okay, that is ABC. Now, the other advantage is it is more realistic and accurate product cost, thereby leading to more accurate pricing decisions. But sometimes, if you are a cost center or if you are a transport company and you don't know what drives the cost, you are likely to overcharge people. But when you allocate costs using ABC and realize that costs are being driven by fuel prices, then it gives you an accurate product cost, thereby facilitating you to make accurate pricing decisions. Because if you know why a cost is increasing, then it will be easier for you to deal with it. Most probably, you can increase the cost of transport for that element. You can either define other parameters that you can really do for you to be in position to make profits for your entity. The other advantage is ABC influences managers to consider the drivers of cost within their business, which greatly improves the manager's decision making. But they can use more reliable product cost. I think this one is related to the previous one. ABC provides a useful means of getting financial and non-financial data. You see that when you use ABC, it does not give you the cost driver. It does not even give you how you allocate costs alone per se, but it gives you an overall picture on what drives the cost, which is non-financial information. And in that case, you are going to really have an understanding on the non-financial aspects that really drive the product cost for you, which again facilitates you to make better decision making. Then ABC brings attention to cost behavior and helps in the reduction of costs by comparing the resources required by the ABC with the resources that are currently provided. And this can be a disadvantage to some organizations because when you're deploying ABC, it might not be cheap for you. If it's going to be expensive for you, you remember there's something that you studied in your earlier subjects, which we call accurate. All information should be accurate. But accurate is a synonym. Information should be complete, should be cost effective. So this what I wanted to allude on is that any information you obtain should be cost effective. Cost effective means the cost of obtaining that information should not exceed the benefits. In other words, please don't deploy ABC when the benefits you are going to get out of deploying it are going to be under the benefits. Okay, so that's what it means, cost benefit analysis. What are the disadvantages with this? The disadvantages with this is that the difficulty that emerge during the implementation of ABC systems, such as picking cost drivers and varying cost driver rates. You realize that sometimes it's not very easy for you to determine what is a cost driver, especially in some questions which are not direct. And in some questions, you might be the one to define what a cost driver is, what drives this cost. For example, now, if I ask you a question, if, for example, I'm in a canteen, okay, I'm running the canteen and the money expenses are increasing, what do you think would be driving the cost in a canteen? Just to find out whether you understand what I'm talking about. Oh, if I'm operating a restaurant, and I pay a lot of money on, let's say, on the food that I buy. Okay, so I'm already giving you an idea on the cost driver because that cost driver is how many kilograms of food are you buying as compared to the cost itself. If I'm talking about transport cost and I'm talking about fuel, you might need to look at the kilometers per hour or something like that. Okay, that is what it means. Sometimes it's not very straightforward, but you need to know how to identify or determine a cost driver. Okay, so number one is a full ABC system having several cost pools and cost is more complex and more expensive to operate than traditional product costing. I think this one is quite obvious, and you all agree with me that ABC can be quite complex, especially when it comes to determining the cost pool and the cost drivers. Technology level, The level of technology and manufacturing environment prevailing different firms also affect the application of ABC. What does this mean? Uh, it means that sometimes it's not very easy because of the level of technology in defining industries for them to be positioned to use ABC. The timing. ABC system is very time consuming because it requires management estimate cost of activity pools and to identify and measure cost drivers to serve as cost allocation basis. So it is not very easy and takes a lot of time, which is a very big disadvantage. Sometimes people use ABC as a fashion, yeah, not really because it's going to be helpful to them. And I'm telling you, please don't use it as a fashion because it's going to be a disadvantage to you. Then being able to plan, design, and develop a product at such an early stage improves an organization management process. A move that contributes cost reduction by providing an opportunity for organizations to compete in the market. So this one moved into disadvantages, but ideally I should consider it as an advantage. But it becomes a disadvantage because organizations to effectively compete in the market, at least they need to plan, to design, and to develop a product. So this sometimes cannot really, I'm going to give you an example where you might have a problem, especially when you compute ABC with another traditional costing method and realize that ABC is going to be cheaper. So then making a decision can be really be difficult to you. Okay. This example here, can you see it? Okay. Okay. The financial, the financial and the other information for Romero laptops are given below. This is data for the year ending 31st March 2021. This is another question that was asked in 2021. The volume is given, which is 23,800. We have material, labor, packaging, and transports. These are the overheads, material, labor, packaging, and transport. No, these are direct costs. Direct costs are directly attributable to a unit of product or service. And these direct costs, by the way, whether you are using absorption costing, whether you are using marginal costing, whether you are using ABC, the direct costs, they remain the same. Where there is a problem, and that's where you need to focus, is where they have overheads. Overheads are here. We have customer service, 77, purchasing and receiving, 24, inventory management, 14, administration of production is 25. Now, this is where the problem is. These overheads, we are now using our traditional method of costing, but we are saying we need to move to ABC costing. The direct costs, we don't have any problem on the direct cost, but the issue is here. And the subtotal is this. We are giving all this another information that is very important for us. Labor time per unit. Labor time per unit is absorbed by 3 hours, okay? Labor time per unit is 3 hours. So data collected for the year, number of minutes on call to customers. Now, this information can assist you when you're identifying the cost drivers, okay? The number of minutes on call centers is this. The number of purchasing orders raised is this. The number of components used in production is this. Now, let's move to order 2122. The units ordered were 16. The direct material is this. Labor is this, and packaging and transport is this. Now, this is about order 2122. And it is likely that the question is going to be asking about this order. So if the question is asking about this order, the direct material, direct labor, direct expenses that we should use are the ones relating to this order. Labor activities relating to the order, we have the number of minutes on call to customers is this. The number of purchase orders raised is this. The number of components used in production is this. and administration of production overheads, absorbed as a general overhead is 3 labor hours. Now, I'm assuming that this question now requires us to evaluate the current system of costing against the activity-based costing. So we have the current system, the current costing method, because we have the material, we have labor, we have packaging. So let's evaluate between the current costing system and that one where we are going to place another 2122 and advise management on the course of action to take. Okay, so here, let me see whether I can. Yes. So what is happening here is, this is the question. The financial and other information for Romano laptops are given below. Data for their earnings at the 1st March 2021. You could have come across this question because even it was in the last, was it last August or last 2021? Yes. So the volume is 23. The material costs are this, but now watch out, this information here. The amounts are given in 1,000. So you are likely to miss out this. In case you miss out this information, you are likely to get it wrong. Because if you consider this information the way it is, yet it is an 1,000, yet you are likely to miss the answer. So the subtotal here is this. This is the total costs. This is the total, and the labor time is 3 hours. Data collected for the year is also given to us. Basically, this is all the information that has been given to us for this question. Okay, this is the information, so I'm going to hide it for now. Right. How do you go about this? First of all, if you recall very well the approach we used the last time, the overhead costs we are having them are this 77, 24, 14, 25. But me, simply because I don't want to carry a risk of forgetting that this information is the thousands, I prefer to add the 3 zeros to make it the 77 million as opposed to 77,350. This will facilitate you, make sure that you don't forget anything. But the disadvantage with this approach is that it requires you to type into your computer or to type into your calculator all those figures, and it could be time consuming. If you can remember that this information is in 1,000s, well and good. If you believe you can forget, please don't take that risk. Call the figures into your calculator, the same way I've done here. So customer service is 77 here. Everything I'm receiving is 24. Inventory management is 14. Administration and production is 25. This is the same information we have here. There's nothing I've changed, okay? Same thing. Customer service, purchasing, inventory, and administration. But remember, what drives this cost? What is the cost driver for this element? Collected for the year, number of minute calls on call is 89. This drives the customer service. And by the way, they might not tell you, but the moment you see customer service, a number of minutes on a call, they are related. It is its cost driver. Bring it here. 88, 900, like with the way of that. Purchasing and receiving, number of purchasing orders raised 21, 400. This is the cost driver for this. This requires you to have some knowledge on how to identify the cost drivers. But more or less, if you've done the question paper previously about ABC, this shouldn't be a problem. Okay? Number of components used relates to inventory management. 14,670. So here we have number of components used relates to inventory management. Now, the challenge is administration of production. Administration of production, what are they saying? We have the cost, which is 2537, but we don't have the cost driver. But we only have information. What information do we have? The information we have is here in the question. Where we have labor time, per unit is 3 hours. Units ordered for order 22, these are 16. We have direct material, labor, and packaging. This information we're going to need it later on. Then we have the other activities relating to the order now. The order 221, which we are being asked, are this, but administration of production, which we don't have here, they're giving us the information that it is 3 labor hours. How do you use that information? Labor time per unit is 3 labor hours. How many units are we talking about that we are producing? Units ordered, they are how much? They are 16. Okay. So get administration of production, you get the 16, the units that you have ordered, times the 3, which is the administration of production, which is the 3 labor hours, and multiply by 3. So you get 16 times 3 to give you 48. Now, this 48, you multiply it with just a minute. No, I've moved it to another extra mile before I move to cost of unit order 22. Let me first deal with this administration of production in the first approach using the first method. So using the very first method, you have labor time per unit of 3 hours of absorption, and the volume produced is 23,800. So for us to get the administration of product, administration of overheads for the cost driver, we'll get to the 23 multiplied by the 3 which was given to us, which is the 3 labor hours here. Okay, let's first deal with the old method before we start dealing with the ABC. So let's first get all the cost drivers using the old approach. So administration of overheads, we are good, we have the 25, but the cost driver is a bit tricky, please. Watch out for this. This volume is volume in units. They've given you 23,800. And labor time per unit is 3 hours. Meaning that for you to get the administration of production overheads, you need to get the 23 multiplied by the 3 hours for you to be in position to get this figure. Now we need the cost driver. How do you get it? You get 77. You get 77 divided by 89. You get 25 divided by 21. You get 14 divided by 618. You get 25 divided by 714 for you to get the cost per unit is driver. Now, when you have this, I can now comfortably move to determine my cost per order using the new information. Okay? The new information that you are given here for this order is this. Number of minutes on call is 11. You put it here, customer service. This is related to customer service. Purchasing and receiving, number of orders purchased, this is 64. The number of components used, this is 512. Administration of overheads, they are giving you 3 labor hours. Now there is a trick here. 3 labor hours, but in the order 212, the number of units produced are 16. Sure. Now, people, you're asking that the 714 is hours, yes, but it is the cost driver, okay? The number of hours required is the cost driver, and we need the cost per cost driver, so you're right. Okay, you're getting it right, and I agree with you. So now what we're moving into right here, we are going to determine the cost per unit for order 212. The cost per unit for order 212, we have the cost driver. We have the minutes, number of minutes on call. We have 114, which is the same here. We have 64, which is the same here. We have number of components used, the 512 here. And we have administration of production, which we multiply by 16, because this is administration of production is 3 labor hours. And these 3 labor hours, remember, we've multiplied by the number of units that were ordered to make it 16. So when you get 3 times 16, it gives you 48. 3 times 16 gives you the 48. This is the 48, which I also moved here. Now, move to the next level. We are going to be multiplying the new, we are going to be multiplying the cost driver with the cost per unit of whatever cost driver that I had initially. Because this is what the activity that drives the cost is this, but we've now calculated the cost per unit of the cost driver, which is 86. So each element I'm going to get 114 will be moving with 86. Right? Then I get 64 move with 118. This gives me sorry. Then I get 512 with 24. Again, this gives me this. Then I get 48 by 35. This gives me this. Are we still together? Now you've gotten the total cost and you've determined what drives the cost. Now get the cost per unit because this is already for 16 units. Now, if it's for 16 units, I need to get the cost per unit for each. So I have to divide each element here because now this is the cost for the 16 units. This question is a bit tricky. That's why I decided we must look at it together. And I'll give you the Excel sheet just in case you want to repeat it. So cost per unit here, because this order is 16 units. And we've calculated the cost for 16 units. But remember, we need the cost per unit. If you need the cost per unit, it means you're going to get these units divided by 16. And here, sorry. Okay, let me calculate it for you. This divided by 16, it gives you that. Then this divided by, if you want, you can do it using Excel. This divided by 16 for me to move very fast. This divided by this, and this divided by this. Okay, this is the same that I have here. That is the cost per unit using ABC, activity-based costing. Now remember, in our question, what was the question saying? Let me go back to the question briefly. But before I go back to the question, let me first look at the overheads that we have under ABC here and there. All right, because I don't want to come back to this. Then let me go now to the costs that are attributable to the method that we are using before. This is the question. Stop sharing. Yeah. Okay. Now, sometimes it's a challenge now having to do a calculation on such a machine now. How do we get the costs, direct material costs? How do I get the direct material costs for this? I have my subtotal here, the 466, okay? But I need the cost per unit. So what do I do to get the cost per unit using the initial method? What do I do plus? Hello? Hello? What do I do to get the cost per unit now? I get this 466 divided by this, but remember, these terms are in 1,000, so I need to divide it by 1,000. So this will give me something like, is it 1,000? To give me 19,600 for both. That gives me the direct costs. And the overheads, I allocate the overheads. Remember, my overheads were 141 with the overheads, overheads. My overheads here, 141, but they are absorbed by 3 machine hours. So I divide it by 3. Okay, I divide it by 3 and again multiply by 3 because this is I'm trying to get the per unit cost of each element. So once I get that, I'll take you back to now what I will have for what figure will I be having? Share. Okay. Once I do that, the current method, the direct cost, I told you these are not going to change, but the direct material, the direct labor, they are the same. So I still have my 16 here, and I also have my 16 here, whether I'm using the current method of costing or absorption costing. Now, these guys, they absorb overheads. Okay? They absorb overheads, and when you calculate based on the figures that we've got on the other side here, this is 141 divided by this, multiply by 3, it will give you 5962, which I will share with you in the Excel, like the way I've calculated it. The ABC, we already have the costs here. I don't have to do anything to them. You know where they came from. So here I just sum them up. I add the total costs, including the direct costs. The direct costs are the same because here we don't have to apportion them. Sorry. Okay. These are the same. So this is apportion the overheads. Now, once you add them together, it will give you 25,562, and this gives you 31,934. So how much do you get here? Let me see, 16, 31, 37. Now, in the question, they are telling you that there is a markup of profits of 45%. Anyway, the challenge that we are having is that I didn't give you the full cost, but I didn't give you the full question, but I just wanted you to understand the process. The cost is this, you can end here if you so wish, but if the question also says that there is a markup of a certain percentage. Now, the markup, the question itself was saying that there's a markup of 45%, which means you get this markup of 45% multiplied by 1.15 for you to get a markup of 45%. The same thing applies here. Your total cost is this. Markup of 45% is 1.45 to get these figures. But remember, when you are working with a calculator, you don't calculate it the same way I'm calculating it here. Here it is very simple to calculate, but when you're using your machines, you need to figure it out. So with the machine again, you can do a markup. You just multiply by 1.45 for you to get a markup of 45%. Okay? That is how we can get ABC. Now, how do you make the decision? This is where the problem is, and sometimes they give you a lot of marks on this. So if you're using absorption costing based on labor hours in order to calculate the production cost per unit, now the management should review the areas of activities because now in ABC you are spending 46. Okay, you're spending, is it 46 or 47? Let me see. ABC, the total cost is 31 and the total cost is 25. What do you think? To me, there is a difference because if I'm going to spend, I'm going to spend 46 as opposed to 37, there's a difference of 9,246, which means if this costing method is going to increase the prices by what percentage? You can even calculate the percentage by, yeah, this is almost close to 25%. Yeah. There is an increase in price by 25% if I use ABC. Now, what does this mean to you? It means that not always ABC is going to be favorable to you. Sometimes it might assist you to make a better decision. Because when you use ABC here, you realize that actually your costing is going to increase by 25%. So you must make sure that you get particularly all the costs that are attributable to this, and then find out how you can reduce the costs using the cost drivers to this. So management need to assess the impact that the increase in price will have on its customers and competitors if we are now to start with ABC. So if the question was asking you to assess or evaluate management decision, then it is not going to be easy to employ ABC. And the financial information in this case would be, it is not very easy to move with ABC since it increases the price by 25%. Right. Any questions so far on that? Because I am now moving back to the previous scenario. Okay, we are back. Any questions so far? I know ABC can be a bit tricky, especially when it involves so many numbers like this question. I'm sure I'll share it with you, but it was last year's examination question in section A, and almost the things that you're talking about here, they're close to 20 marks. So you can imagine 20 marks on just the ABC, it is really, it requires a lot of calculations, and you cannot miss it out because even if you don't get it in ABC, you can in section A, you're likely to find it in section B or section 3, or section B in section 1 or 2 or 3. That being said, again, it might not be a question that requires you to calculate. It might be a question asking you a scenario of an entity that is adopting ABC, and they ask you advantages and disadvantages. Now, students, please listen to me. Don't just copy paste whatever is written in the advantages of ABC or disadvantages of ABC. Please, that will be a very big mistake. Or else it is an open book paper. You are not supposed to plagiarize, but again, you need to refer to the scenario when you're answering your questions. Mm. Yes. Okay. Please don't worry. These are going to be shared, and I'm sure I will share them with the presentation itself. Okay. So what I wanted to communicate here is when they ask you advantages or disadvantages of any question, okay, please look at the scenario and refer your answers to the scenario. If you say ABC, it is very easy to identify cost drivers, it is very, the disadvantage is this, please go back and refer to that disadvantage or advantage to the scenario that has been given to you in the question paper. And this is something that you're not going to find in the reference materials. That is why they are only for references only. And the beauty of having a snapshot of this theory is that if you already have an idea of an advantage of ABC, when they give you a scenario, do you know that it's always very easier for you to go and identify that added advantage in a scenario and now relate it to the study that you've been given, as opposed to just rote making or just copy paste into the reference materials that you've been given. Please make sure that yes, you can refer to the materials, but only to give you an idea on a point. For example, if you forgot it. And the purpose of this revision is that we cannot have all the scenarios in an exam. And this is why we are only just doing a snapshot on every topic. So this requires you to just have an idea on what the topic covers. Then you, when you go, refer, get back and look at the points that relate to the scenario. Now, the problem you're going to have is sometimes the examiner can give you a question and he puts all the scenarios possible to give an answer, and we are already in that scenario that has been given. Now, whatever positive answers you're going to answer, if they are not part of the scenario, you are likely to miss a point on that. If it's an advantage and you know it, but it's not related to the scenario, you can miss it out. But I'm not saying that it is all the time, because sometimes in such an exam at this level, you can also use an assumption and you still get a mark. Okay? So I don't rule out that possibility. I move out to something else. It's risk and uncertainty. Now, again, I don't want to go into the theories of risk, defining what is risk, what is uncertainty, but at least you already have the theories around that. You know, there is one way there's a probability of it happening, the other there is no probability because you can't know. The risk preference, we have three types of managers. Okay, we have another revision class. Doubts. Revision class, don't show up. Asking whether we shall have another revision class. I'm afraid, I'm not sure, but I don't know. I don't know for sure. So that is why I needed to maximize the time I have. And let me cover this one, risk and uncertainty. I give you an example, I give you a 5-minute break, then we start off with another session. A risk seeker is a manager interested in the best outcome, no matter the occurrence classes. A risk neutral, ideally risk seeker is a person who is very aggressive. Risk neutral is in the middle, is the decision maker is concerned with the most likely outcome, and risk averse is very conservative. Decision maker is concerned that the worst outcome is likely to occur. So these are three types of managers. The manager who fears the risk, another one who doesn't fear the risk, another one who is in the middle. So the risk seeker doesn't fear the risk. The risk neutral is there in the middle, and the risk averse is very conservative. This is a person that fears the risk. So making decision about the future is uncertain. Hence the need for incorporating uncertainty in decision making. Uncertainty, that's how it comes in, because nobody knows about the future. We have research and conservatism. Estimating outcomes in a conservative manner in order to provide a built-in safety factor is one of the reasons as to why we incorporate uncertainty. So, most widely approach, which shows the full range of possible outcomes, worst and best possible from a decision, requires preparation of payoff tables. I know I've got so many theories regarding to that, because we are supposed to look at the minimax, the max, and the min-max regret, but I can elaborate this via an example. And the reason as to why I wanted to move very fast on this is because I wanted to show you how do you deal with payoff table in a question that requires you to use a risk or uncertainty. I have a question here. I have a price per unit. I have a client X, Y, and Z. Price. This is their price: 4,000, 4,300, and 4,400. The expected sales in volumes, we have best possible, which is 16, 14, and 2,500. We have most likely, which is 14, 2,500, and 12. And the least possible, which is 10, 8, and 6. So the variable cost, I've already moved into the answering this, because I want to calculate how do you do a PF table. How do you do a PF table? I'm going to show it to you, but for you to do anything on such a question, the first thing you need to do is to calculate what we call the variable cost per unit. And how do you calculate the variable cost per unit? It's the price per unit, which you are given, minus the variable cost per unit. Okay? And we are also given the fixed cost. The fixed cost is 20 million. Now, how do you move into calculating the variable cost now? Contribution per unit, how do you get contribution per unit? You get the selling price or price per unit minus this. For Y, you get 43 minus this. And for Z, you get 44 minus 2. This gives you 2,000 for X, 23 for Y, and 24 for Z. Now, total contribution towards fixed costs, how do we get this? This we get it by getting the total contribution, multiply it by the very possible outcomes, okay? For x, how do we get x? Best possible, we get x 2 times 1 6 times 1 4 times 1 10. Then for y, it is 2 3 times 14 times 12 times 8 5. Then for z, it's going to be 2 4 times 12,500 times 12 2 times 6,000. I think this is simple to get. I don't want to go into Excel again showing you how to calculate this. But once you have contribution, you go on multiplying it to all the outcomes we have here, the expected sales volumes, best possible, most likely, what's possible for X, Y, and Z as shown here. Okay, now this gives you this table. Okay, now I'm going to ask you a question because I don't want to move into calculating again the payoff table using this because it requires a lot of calculation. But based on X, Y, and Z, this is X, this is Y, and this is Z. If I was to ask you the max, what does the max mean? First of all, we have different alternatives. Okay, so for the max, uh, I want you to look at the information that is being provided into that scenario. We have what we call decision rules. Look at the information provided clear so that you don't confuse profits with costs as well. And we have what we call the decision rule and the play itself, basis for decision making. It is referred to as the max-min basis. Max-min basis means that you need to maximize the minimum profits. You need to maximize the minimum profit. The decision maker selects the alternatives that offers the least unattractive of the worst outcomes. Alternative that maximizes the minimum profits. So the max, what we call as max B, they needed to maximize the minimum profits. So let's look at all these options. Who is among these is going to maximize the minimum profit is what we call as the max-min. Maximize the minimum profit. So for X, what is the minimum profit? It is 20 million. For Y, what is the minimum profit? It is 18. For Z, what is the minimum profit? It is 14. So among these options, who is going to maximize the minimum profits is going to be option X. Because the minimum profits here, if this is 20 and this is 18 and this is 14, the one who is going to maximize the minimum profits. Yes, I haven't yet considered the fixed costs. I'll come back to that and thank you for the concern. But I just wanted for us to first understand from that element before we even move to the fixed cost, in order for us to deal with the max min. Hopefully, we shall go with this option if you are looking at the max min. How about if we move with the mix max? Mix max is very easy because it's looking at maximizing the maximum achievable profits. So whoever is going to maximize the maximum, for X, we have 32. For Y, we have 32. And for Z, we have 30. So these two are going to tie. So basically, if you are trying to select the max among these two, we are going to be selecting the option X and Y because they both have 32 and 32. They are the ones that are trying to maximize the maximum achievable profits. How about if the question was looking at the maximum regret, the opportunity loss basis, for decision making, which is known as the min-max regret. This aims at minimizing the regret from making the wrong decision. Okay? I hope you understand me here. I will go to Excel to try to see how to calculate this. Regret for any combination of action and circumstances for any profit-based action in circumstances. You get profit for the action chosen in those circumstances, okay? But it has a drawback. Let me see if I have the payoff table for that. Okay, class, let me prefer to explain this using the example given below. Okay. Let me look for another question that I can show you. I have circumstances A, B, and C. And A, B, and C, I've already explained this using the previous example, but I can repeat it using the same example here, such that I explain it using the min-max regret, okay? I think this is easier as opposed to using the other one. Let me use this. Using the same example, I'm assuming that I already have the payoff tables as indicated in this example. Sorry. Yes, I have A, B, and C. I have circumstances. A has 70 minus 10, 80, 60, 60, 20, 0, 100, 70 minus 5, 5, and 11. I'm going to do the min-max regret rule, but before I move to that, I want to first calculate the max and the max min using the same approach. So using this, for A, what is the, I want to max min. Let me start with the max, maximizing the maximum. For A, the maximum is 80. For B, the maximum is 100. And for C, the maximum is 115. So if I'm using the max rule, I will move on with the C because it is the one that maximizes the maximum profit possible at 115. All right? Now, when I move to the maximizing the minimum, okay, if I move on to the maximize the minimum, what is the minimum? For A, it is minus 10. What is the minimum for B? It is 0. What is the minimum for C? It is minus 5. Plus, I want you to remember assumes. Okay. Then you're asking me how I came up with these circumstances. I'm assuming that the same way we came up with these possible values. I just wanted to show you because coming up with this, we already went through it. How do you get a payoff table? It is just the contribution times the number of likings or the events that are going to take place. The same way we calculated this. The circumstances of calculation can change, but I'm assuming that we've already calculated this. This figure is the same as this, and it's the same as this. Okay? Now I wanted us to use this same figure to calculate the max, the max min, and the min-max regret rule. Hope you understand me, okay? I didn't want to use so many figures here with so many zeros because I want to use Excel for this example. And we are almost moving to 8, so we don't have too much time. Allow me to move this way so that I move fast, all right? And I'll share with you this. So I'm assuming that we've already gotten this table together. So using the maximum, the one that maximizes the maximum profits is C because it has 115. The one that maximizes the minimum is this A has minus 10, B has 0, and C has minus 5. Now, minus is always less compared to a 0. So I'm going to believe that I would rather go with a B, which has a 0, as compared to A and C, which are negative. So this B will be the ones to maximize the minimum profits available. Now, the one that I've not discussed with you is the min-max regret. Okay? The min-max regret, we have A, B, and C. How do you calculate the min-max regret? You look at the circumstances. I've used this example because it's very simple. It doesn't require me to go to Excel for you to understand what I'm doing. Now, with the min-max regret, what I expected to do? The opportunity loss basis for decision making is known as the min-max regret. It aims at minimizing the regret from making the wrong decision. How do you minimize the regret from making the wrong decision? You look at the circumstances we have. Okay? So from the circumstances we have, what is the highest on this circumstance one? The highest is 70. Okay? For us to be in position to aim at minimize the regret, we get the highest, then we deduct from the rest to see the difference that we are going to have to minimize the regret. Okay? If I was moved, the highest here on this row is 70. So which means where there is the highest, I'll put 0. 0. I have 0, 0 on both on circumstance one because I have both they are the highest, they are carrying. So I have no choice apart from putting the 2 zeros, all right? Then from there, the difference between the 70 and the 60 is the one that is helping me to minimize the maximum, aimed at minimizing the regret from making the wrong decision. So for me to minimize the regret, it means I'll get this figure here, deduct it from the other best possible alternative, which gives me the thing that I have here. This is the same approach, excuse me. This is the same approach that I deploy here. In circumstances 2, what is the highest? The highest is 20. What do I subtract now? For me to subtract 20 from 10, I get 30 simply because this is a minus 10. Okay? A minus and a minus, this is a minus 10, it is going for the maximum regret, it increases instead of reducing. Okay? This is giving, ideally, this would have given me, this is a 0, it would have given me a 20, but it's giving me a 30 because it's a minus 10. This one is giving me a 25 because it is a minus 5. Now, option 3, where do I have the highest is 80. So where there is 80, I'll put 80 here. Here, 80 minus 80, it will give me a 0. 80 minus 5, it will give me a 75. Where do I have the highest here? It is 100. I'll put 100 0, 105 0. 115 minus 100, it will give me a 15. And 115 minus 60, it will give me a 55. So add them together. Once you add them together, now compare option A, B, and C, and tell me what you get. Okay? So based on the results that we have, the lowest of the maximum regrets ideally is 85, which is option A, which should be selected. But before that, I need to explain something for somebody who had asked me about the fixed costs. Okay, because we had fixed costs here. Now the regret is here. Let me come back to this question. The highest contribution. I'm now trying to analyze this question because you never know. It can come in your exam. And somebody is asking you, which option can you go for? If we were to consider the fixed cost into the question. Okay? If you were to consider the fixed cost, the highest contribution based on the most likely sales will be product Z. This, because it is the one that is giving us the highest contribution. Do you know why it's product Z? Yeah. Look at the contribution we are getting. Contribution is 24, all right? So we are saying that the highest contribution based on the most likely sales will be product Z. But arguably, product Y is far much better. Product Y is far much better than product Z. Since the most likely profit is almost close to Z, you can see the profit. The one for Y and Z is almost close to Z, and yet with the best possible profits. And the worst possible is not as bad. So what you are saying is that, however, it's only product X that guarantees. You see product X, this product X. Now I'm putting in the element of the gentleman that asked me about the fixed cost. Because yes, you can do your analysis the same way you're doing it, but if you bring in the element of the fixed cost, it is product X that is going to guarantee that the company will not make a loss after incorporating the fixed cost. Because when you incorporate the fixed cost of 20 million, as per this question, you realize that the worst possible outcomes, some of the products are going to be making losses. So Y and Z will be making losses because when you get the 20 million and 14, you get minus 6 something or 5.6. When you get 18 minus 18.4 minus 20, you get a minus 1 point something. Again, this is a loss. It is only this product X that gives us at least a point of no profit and no loss. Therefore, a risk-averse manager would go for product X as opposed to either Y or Z. That is how you would argue this out. Okay, question? Sorry, I have lost this ABCD payoff related to those of honest. I have lost the ABC payoff related to those of XYZ. Okay. Okay. And now what you are asking is you've lost the payoff. I did not calculate the payoff for the XYZ. But if you wish, I can calculate it. It is very simple. Because here I'll get 0, 0, because this is the highest. And this is 2.2. Then I look at another highest here, 28.8. I get 0 here. I get the difference, which is 1.7 something. I get also around 800 here. Then the highest here is 20. I get a 0 here. I get the difference of 2 point something. And this one is possible, but I didn't want to calculate it because of the time element. But if you insist, I can calculate for you. But now I've decided to consider this, which is very simple to calculate. But I can also take you there to calculate it as well, so that we calculate it together. If you insist. Okay. Okay. This is what you're asking. I was trying to dodge to calculate this thing, this. But you see, what you're saying is, if you have a 32 here, it is a 32 200 for X, Y, sorry, X, Y, and Z. So the highest here is 32 200. So I'll have a 0 here on Y. Then on X, it means I will have a 32 minus 32. I have a 200 there. Then on Y, I'll have a 32 minus a 300. Is it a 330 million? That is for best possible. I move down. What is the highest? 28,800. I have a 0 here. Okay. What do I have here? I have a 28 minus 27. 50. Okay. The last one, what do I have there? I have a 28 minus a 28. That is 800. So the last one, which is 20, the highest is 20. So I have a 0 there. Then for Y, I have a 20 minus 18. Then for the last one, I have a 20 minus 14.4. Okay? We are together. Then what is the best payoff here? It's 1 million. Do you have your answer now? Yes. So X has 1, Y 1.6, and Z 7.8. So what's the decision that you are going to take here? The best pair of here? Let me go back now my scenario, but this is what you are asking me to calculate. I know I did it, but I had to come back to it. Okay. Hopefully you are now happy. There you go. You have X 1 million, Y 1.6, and Z 7.8. So now you can allow me to go back to our, yes, question. Which this data that I'm using here, I had it in the question feed. Let me go back to the question. Feed the data that I'm using. This is the data that I'm using for X, Y, and Z. Okay, hope I've answered you. And now for EPF table, I think using the same, yes, Ruby, you have a problem again? Yes, please. You can move on, Ruby. So the lowest of the maximum is the one which has the least possible outcome. And in that case, we are selecting 85, and in the other case, we had selected X because we realized that it had the least, the minimum regret. Okay. The regret for any combination of action. So the drawback of minimax, max min, it is defensive and very conservative. It leaves out opportunities of profit maximization. That is the problem with max min, because it just looks at maximizing the minimum. And yet there are possibilities of maximizing profit. So I would say that it is really very conservative. And it even ignores the profitability of each different outcome taking place. Because if you are now emphasizing on maximizing the minimum, it means that you are ignoring the probability of the other outcomes that are going to take place. Then the max, in as far as it's maximizing the maxima, it also ignores the probabilities and it's over optimistic. Sometimes they might ask you to elaborate on some of the advantages and disadvantages of either max min or minimax, and then you need to elaborate on some of those things. So if you allow me, I'll go to the next. I've already talked about this. I don't have to repeat it. Now, due to uncertainties, we will not be able to forecast future events. Sometimes the question might come asking you, why is the future uncertain? Why can't we really figure out how to make probabilistic possibilities of getting to know things the way they should get to be known? But it's because the answer is simple. The future is uncertain and it might not be able, we might not be able to forecast just because of political and economic changes. When there are political and economic changes and economy, uncertainty comes around. This makes forecast difficult. Environmental changes. There's been so much changes around the environment. Okay, there is a considerable impact on the way the markets or the products are doing. Everything right now is about climate change. This cannot help us because even the way we nowadays have what we call climate accounting. Some of these things never used to happen. This is because of the environmental changes. So now, if somebody had already forecasted about their P&L or a budget or anything. Now things are going to change simply because they are meant to embed in the element of changes that have come due to the needs to plan for climate change. Technological changes, I can't say more. Technology is changing by the day, and therefore the past cannot be relied upon to tell the future. Then there is so much advancement as already related to technological changes. There are also technological advancement, and they are more or less related. Technology is changing, but there are also advancements in technology because things are now moving at a faster rate. Products are getting obsolete very fast on the market. There are social changes, Of course, you are customers, you are clients, you are students, yes, but you are also clients. Today, you might like something, tomorrow, you might not like it. That makes forecasting a bit complicated. Most probably, the organization has already done its forecast, but you as a consumer, you don't like the product. So the change in the tastes and preferences is going to lead you to that change. Watch out for an examination question that talks about forecasting and why the future is very difficult to forecast. They might give you a scenario with some elements that might lead to making forecasting complicated. Please, when you're giving these answers, you relate them to the scenario. Okay? Planning and control, budgeting. Questions to do with the budget are also very often in your paper. You cannot run away. But at your level, we don't expect you to be asked so many questions regarding how to calculate a budget. Yes, it might come for 5 or 6 marks, but it's quite unlikely. Most of the questions on the budget, they might be theoretical questions, but don't rule it out. Like I said, we're not sporting and don't really question sports. But I'm just telling you so that you understand. Make sure that you read everything. A budget is just a quantified plan of action for a forthcoming accounting period. Just a plan of action for the future or forthcoming period. And why do organizations need to budget? Need to budget because with a budget, you can ensure achievement of organization objectives. Question? Oh, you need, sorry. I didn't know that you are not seeing the presentation. Due to constant changing of the screen, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I thought you had already shared. No, I'm sorry about that, but I'm back to it. A budget is just a plan of action for a forthcoming accounting period. And we are saying that why do we need to budget? The objectives of planning and budgeting are just mainly to ensure that the organization achieves its objectives. A budget contains plan. So without budgeting, you cannot plan ahead. So it helps management to plan to the future, to plan about tomorrow, to plan about what they need to do next. A budget helps to communicate ideas and plans of an organization. A budget assists to coordinate activities because you realize that you're going to have so many different types of budgets. You have a production budget, you have a marketing budget, you have operations budget. All those are going to be coordinated together. So without a budget, which is consolidated, you cannot coordinate those activities. So once you get a budget, you coordinate them and ensure that there is maximum integration of efforts towards a common goal. So again, budgets provides a framework for responsibility accounting. Every department, they're going to give you a budget. Now, when you are working in marketing, they give you elements. They give you your target based on the budget. Now that comes with responsibility accounting. If you don't achieve your target, you might not benefit. Sometimes the targets align to the benefits. If you don't achieve the target, you don't get your benefit. So that is the responsibility accounting. You are responsible for that element to which you've been assigned. So the budget facilitates us to achieve that. A budget establishes a system of control. The best example I can give is in the government. In the government, it is very hard for you to expense something without having budgeted for it. And this is now the main use at which they use the budget. I know so many theories have come up. People are devising budgets today because they believe that budget, we are going to look at disadvantages of budgeting. Sometimes they can lead to budgetary slap. Some budgets, they can lead to dysfunctional behavior. They are saying budgeting, it is not good. And some of them are talking about beyond the budgeting. But the best of one of the reasons at why the budget is very important, especially for the government, is to establish a system of control. And in other organizations, they will tell you that if something is not budgeted before, please don't dare bring it on board. But other schools of thought, they believe in zero-based budgeting or beyond budgeting. And some people saying it's because of uncertainties, not being able to see the future. That is why you need to develop beyond the budgeting. It again motivates employees to improve their performance. I think this is very quite likely that if there is a budget and you have a target that has been given to you, you are most likely going to improve your performance. So this is one of the objectives of having a budget, and expect an examination question asking you that, most probably relating it to the scenario. Previous examination question paper for 2021 that I looked at, it had a difference between incremental budgeting, rolling budget. I think your examiners love asking that question, but incremental budgeting, the word incremental, it comes from an increase. So it is a process of budgeting which considers current year's results as a base and adjusts it with another etc. amount of estimated growth or inflation in the next year. So it is just incremental, just like that. You get the base and you add on another element, and you make sure that you incorporate it with an element of inflation. Let's say you can increase it by 30%, or you can increase it by 5%. Now, this is a tough question. The budgets that is used by the government of Rwanda, I hear, because I don't work in the public sector per se, but it's participative because they move down the grassroots, they move in the Mirenge, the people contribute. It is meant to be participative budgeting. And they have to listen to the Wananchi people, though at some point they have to scrap down what they believe. They are not priorities. They leave you to put in whatever you want in the Mirenges and everywhere. They leave you to participate, to contribute to what you think are national priorities. But then the budget for the government of Rwanda, it is aligned with the national aspirations, like the Vision 20, the National Strategy for Transformation. Even if it is participative, but it's going to have an element of incorporating that national strategy for transformation or Vision 2050. At some point, I can say it can even be zero-based budgeting at some point, because when you look at the strategies that you have and you do a budget, it depends on that plan. Again, you can call it so. So I can say so many things on that, but it all depends. Because participative, yes, because I believe the Wananchi, the rural people, the citizenry, they are allowed to contribute to it. So it becomes participatory in that regard. But since this budget is going to be looked at in perspective of the national strategy aspirations, again, it can be a zero-based, whereby every year we are saying these are the priorities we are going to implement this year, and they come up with a budget based on that aspect. Thank you for the question, though. The incremental budget, what are the advantages? It is relatively quick, less time consuming, and easier to prepare. Because if somebody asks you to prepare an incremental budget, what you're going to do, you're just going to get a base and add a certain percentage to that budget and move on. The only difference, and watch out for an examination question, if variable costs are changing because of the budget that is being incremental, because you're adjusting for inflation, the fixed costs will not change irrespective of the level of activity. Please don't adjust to them. Okay? Yeah, now let me move to the other budget, which is rolling budget. A rolling budget is a budget which gets continuously by adding a further period, which is dropping the earliest one. I have done goal of months from January to December. After December, I add in another month for January, and I'm now rolling it. Okay, that means I'm adding another all the years. All the time it is going to be 12 months, but at least I'll be adding another year, another month, and splitting off the other month. The rationale for rolling budgets is that anticipated conditions could now change from the time the budget was prepared due to several reasons, such as new technologies in place, change the environmental conditions, among many other factors. So you roll it based on the circumstances on the ground. An examination question can come to ask you the difference between the two. So my sound is poor, but I think it is not me, it is raining. Let me see what I can do. I'm going to try to improve on my voice, but I'm sure I've done everything I can. But because of technology, sometimes, yeah, so sorry for the poor connectivity. Uh, by the way, have you heard about TIA? Some people, they see us telling us that we are TIA. So sorry for the poor connectivity. TIA, they are telling us that this is Africa. But the fact that we are in Africa, I think Rwanda, we have something to be proud of because at least the collectivity is far much better. If we can afford to have 48 people who have been around 50 participants who have consistently remained in the webinar, then it's something to be proud of. I'm telling you, sometimes the second webinars you join in and it's on and off, on and off. So the fact that it's poor, we understand. Maybe we shall try to move to 5G next time. Thank you. Now, I intend to discuss about this disadvantages of the traditional budgets. The examiners, usually so many examination questions, they discuss the other types of budget beyond the budgeting, the robust budgeting, rolling budget, incremental budgets, but sometimes they still go back to the traditional budgets. These traditional budgets, what is the problem with them? Inefficiencies are carried forward since cost levels are rarely subjected to close scrutiny. The traditional budgets, they carry forward the cost levels because sometimes they say, just increase by 5%. By 5%, 5%, is it really relevant? So we're saying that sometimes these costs are not subjected to close scrutiny. Okay, that is the problem. So traditional budgets are inefficient form of budgeting as they allow or encourage budget slack and wasteful spending, which is totally unethical. With budget slack, I mean you have to put a budget that you can achieve for you to earn something. If you know something is going to be difficult for you to achieve, you put a less budget, and that is unethical and unprofessional. This is exactly what happens in traditional budgets. Time consuming. Budgets are considered to be time consuming and expensive to prepare, as it's estimated that even with the current support of computer models, organizations still spend close to 20 or 30 hours of management precious time. You can imagine around 20 hours or 30 hours preparing a budget. So I think it is quite time consuming. Even the one for the government, you can imagine taking it to the local levels for them to give you input. Okay, it is really time consuming. Then the value to users, it is also believed that some surveys have shown that a great deal of financial directors wish to reform the budgetary process as they feel finance staff are spending too much time on low value adding activity during budget preparations. So basically what we are saying here is people are not valuing budgets the same way. Some people are saying people are spending just useless time for them to prepare a budget, which they feel that they should be spending elsewhere. Then there is the element of shareholder value. It is argued that budgets do not focus on shareholder value because some of them, especially on the increment basis, they're acceptable between a manager and his or her counterpart. So it is always a very big argument. You understand where it's coming from? When you prepare an incremental budget, sometimes the shareholder is not happy because you are like, okay, are you adding value to the shareholder by adding just a certain percentage or just adding something to the budget of the previous year? So basically, we are saying traditional budgets, they don't focus on shareholder value. Okay? Then, rigidity. This rigidity is the process of reviewing and updating traditional budgets rather too slow compared to the pace at which the external environment is changing. So it is too rigid, too slow. First, you look at give marketing their budget, they look through it. give it to human resource, give it basically you have to give to different departments to look at the budget for you to make sure that you have a consolidated budget, which is a bit of a problem. Then there's protection. Protection means budgets protect rather than reduce costs in a sense that once approved, a manager will have the audacity of spending the approved amounts without further authorization. You get when you have a budget and it has been approved, it's like you're protecting your source. Which is also okay. Thank you, Amy, for the inputs, the zero-based budgeting for the government, which is also take positive. Thank you. Yeah. So protection, it means that once the budget has been approved, guys are going to spend it as if they are on a rocket science. Simply because the budget has been improved, the rest of the finance people or human resource, whoever is within the organization, we just be getting a concept note, getting it for approval to spend the money, simply because it was approved. So it's like a protecting tool. And managers, when they want to spend the money anyhow, they need to first push for the budget to be approved. Once the budget is approved, then there is nothing you can stop them. It also stifles innovation. Due to the need to respond to what was approved, managers end up not being innovative, as they do fear to take risks, especially when an adverse outcome impact on their short-term performance. They will not move, I'm telling you. So, what is this? Alexis, after this class, make sure this is also. Yes, sure. Don't worry, Ernest. Actually, I'm tending to believe that I want to now move very fast and see whether I can cover at least 80% of what I planned, but I'll make sure that I will share with you the materials that I have. Don't worry about that. Then there is sales focus. Budgets have been accused of forecasting much on sales targets as opposed to customer satisfaction. So in most cases, all budgets are just focusing on sales and nothing else. Then forgotten strategy. The budgets always, they don't even look at the strategy, some of them. As long as you have a budget, they will tend to forget, unless if a budget was prepared in line with an organization strategy. If it's not that, they will prepare a budget which is not in alignment with the strategy, and the focus is going to be on the budget. And what is the main important element in the organization is the strategy, because it is the plan for the future of the organization. And reinforces dependence. The process of planning and budgeting within a framework devolved from senior management. This tended to accelerate a culture of dependence. Okay, this actually is very detrimental to the entity, because the traditional budgeting system, they discourage the personal responsibility culture. Everybody will be like, okay, I think this was budgeted before, and they move on. Okay, now this is the rolling budget. Just to give you an example, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but what it means is that look at on the basis of quarter one results, sales volume growth of 3% per quarter is now expected. So quarter one results, we have 89, 49, 40, 80, 21, 11. This is going to be increasing by 3%. So it is a matter of increasing quarter two by 3%. There is nothing much. Then from there, quarter three forecast, you again increase it by 3%. Then quarter four, you again increase it by 3%. Then quarter one forecast, you increase it by 3%, nothing much. But the most important thing to watch out with the budget is watch out with something that was given to you that is even constant. If administration costs are constant, like in this example, they are 21, 21, 21, please in the forecast, don't inflate them. Remain them at 21. This is applicable to any other question. Let it be variance analysis, let it be any question that requires you to carry out an appraisal, please. So if something is fixed, remain it fixed. Strategic performance, Saturday. Okay, that one I'll check. I'm not too sure, but if there is a class for strategic performance management, I'll be glad to help. I don't have any problem with that, but I'll check with the team on what they've planned. Okay, so this I don't want to waste too much time. Please, if you have an Excel, if you are working with Excel, it is a matter of multiplying with 1.03, which is the 3%, and it breaks down all the figures apart from the fixed cost and the move on. Okay, let's not waste too much time on that. Now, we have the financial performance measures. And let me start with the financial performance because this is around performance measurement, and this is another topical area in your exam, performance measurement. I'm sure if it is not a balanced scorecard, it might be, especially on non-financial performance measures, it could be a performance prism. I don't know whether you know about that. It could be Fitzgerald and Moon building blocks. It could be maybe competitive advantage, maybe PCG matrix, maybe Potter's five forces, maybe the SWOT analysis. Basically, anything to do with analyzing the performance of a business, you cannot run away from it. And that one is very subjective because, yes, you are allowed to compare, to analyze this information reflecting with the scenario, but in circumstances like those ones, you are free to use assumptions in a question and make sure that you use assumptions that are reasonable for you now to answer the question, but don't overuse them. Now here, I expect you to be in position to calculate the financial measures, okay? The financial ratios. Again, it's going to be very difficult for me to calculate those ratios right here, but I can briefly just take you through on how you can calculate or what are some of the ratios that you expected to know. But some of them are going to be too simplistic, like the liquidity ratio. To me, it can really hardly come in your exam, though it is part of the syllabus. But if I was an examiner at your level, for sure, you would highly expect me to ask you on a liquidity ratio. But it is important to understand what it means. So liquidity ratio indicates the ability to make short-term obligations to creditors as they mature or they come due. This is just current assets over current liabilities, okay? This is very easy. But again, there are so many other kind of ratios that you can talk about. You can talk about the current ratio, the acid test ratio. You can also calculate those ones. At this level, I don't expect you to be not in position of that knowledge. I just put them here for a sec for you to just have a snapshot. The cash ratio, though, it is not quite common, but in your paper it can be common. The cash ratio is a liquidity measure that shows the company's ability to cover its short-term obligations using the only cash available and its cash equivalents. So basically, you are trying to say with the cash available from the cash and cash equivalents, am I able to cover my short-term obligations? That is what it means. So how are you going to calculate this? Look at your cash and cash equivalents, divide it by your current liabilities. Okay? Then the net gearing, when you talk about gearing, you get to know about what comes into your head is the debt and the equity ratio. So gearing is how do you finance your business? Is it by debt or ratio? Are you over geared or optimal? Or you are under? So net gearing is a measure of a company's financial leverage. So net gearing is defined as total borrowings divided by shareholder funds. So if you are 50% gearing, you are highly geared. What does it mean? You have more debt than equity in the business. And sometimes this can lead to other issues because we have interest cover. Because when you are over geared and you pay a lot of interest, at some point, you might not be in position to cover. I have a confusion about the rolling budget. It understand the future estimates affected by action. This last often related practice capacity. Clementine, just a minute. Clementine, you have a question on rolling budgets. So we're gonna have payoff, yeah. Yes, the rolling budgets. We are saying a rolling budget is a budget which gets updated continuously by adding a further period, which is dropping the earliest one. So what this means is that you are rolling, if you had January and February, okay, if you had December, if you had November and December, and you are rolling, and we are talking about 2022, you are going to drop off November and add on Jan 2023. Are you getting me now? So you are dropping off the earliest one. Basically, you are dropping off the month that you've ended. All right. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. That is rolling. So let me come back to gearing. If you are over 50%, you are highly geared. If you are less 15%, you are in between 25% and 50%, you are optimal or no gearing. Then a gearing ratio that is below 25% is a low risk, because at least there you have a balance of debt and equity, right? But for you, some of you like accountants, I'm sure you know the reason as to why debt is cheaper than equity, and at some point you might go for over gearing because of the advantage that you might get out of that, and among other factors. It can be also another question for discussion. Why a firm might decide to be overgeared? Because debt is cheaper than equity, and among other things. All right. So return on capital employed, or ROI, or return on investment. The return on capital employed shows how much operating income is generated for each franc of capital invested. So here we are looking at how much money are we earning per franc out of the investments that we put in. Okay, so a higher ROCE is always more favorable because it shows that yes, we are earning this and this much, as opposed to the amount of money we've invested into our capital employed. So it indicates more profits are generated per franc of capital employed. So if you're talking about earnings before interest and tax, which is we can consider as profits over capital employed. And this capital employed can be total assets minus current liabilities. Then the last ratio, I'm not, by the way, what we are discussing here is not complete, is not the only financial ratio that you can look at. Please look at all the ratios you have in the textbooks. I'm just having a snapshot for you, simply because I cannot cover everything here, all right? Dividend payout, this is the return for a share. If you're a shareholder somewhere, you need to get a dividend. So a dividend payout ratio, it actually indicates how much you get as a dividend as compared to the income that you have. Okay? The dividend payout ratio measures the percentage of net income that is distributed to shareholders in the form of dividends during the year. So you're going to look at how much dividends have been paid as opposed to the ones that were meant to be paid. So the opposite is the dividend retention ratio. Now, performance measures continues. As a general principle, these performance measures are only meaningful if they are used for comparison. You need to understand this. You compare them over time. You compare 2022 to 2023 with other companies. You compare it with company X and company Y, and or with other measures of performance or with other industries. These performance measures, when you have them and you don't compare them with anything, they are useless. Okay? Very, very important. For you to make a difference, it must be that you are comparing it over time, you're comparing it with other companies, or with other performance measures, or with other industries. Okay? Now, financial measures, the problem they have is that they are open for misinterpretation and manipulation. You know the numbers, you know window dressing. Especially if they give you a bonus, if your bonus is attached to your performance. Definitely, if you're using those performance measures, some of the people who are working in accounting, you know, if it's the end of the year and you're meant, let's say, to pay some expenses, some of you, even if you're using accrual-based accounting, some expenses will not be accrued. simply because you need to increase profitability. Some people might even end up raising an invoice and reversing it immediately after the end of the month with addressing. So these performance measures, they are open to misinterpretation and manipulation. And hence, they need to encourage managers to concentrate on those variables. They not be expressed in monetary terms. And what does this mean? Because of the weaknesses of performance measures, we believe that it is high time that managers are encouraged to use other measures of performance. Okay? So the performance measures that we are talking about, if they are only financial, they might lead to some bad behaviors, including being myopic. They might lead to motivation issues, which might lead to staff turnover and things of the sort. So relying only on financial measures is a very big problem. Now, this is the factor that led to the introduction of NFPIs, the non-financial performance indicators. Now, of recent, there has been increased usage of NFPIs due to changes in cost structures. Now, the changes because there's modern technologies which require huge investment and the product life cycles have shortened. So this, you cannot even compete with somebody sometimes because of the cost structures of a business. So if you were to just compare business on only the financial measures, then you are wrong. Then the other element that has led to the increased usage of non-financial performance measures is the competitive environment, where companies compete in terms of product. Even you know today, competition nowadays is around product quality, delivery, reliability, after-sales service, and customer satisfaction. So if you're just rewarding your managers on financial performance, then you're missing a point, simply because elsewhere things have since changed. So you need to start rewarding your clients, rewarding your employees based on the quality of service, based on the satisfaction of your clients, based on reliability, on flexibility, on the innovativeness of your employees, as opposed to only looking at financial performance. And last but not least is the change in the manufacturing environment. There is great focus in reducing throughput times, inventory levels, and setup times. All these things have totally changed. Okay? So all elements that were used traditionally, they have since changed. And now organizations are moving away from just looking at the financial performance of the business to combining both. Because you cannot run away from financial performance. You need it, but it must be combined with the non-financial performance. So the NFP measures may give a timely indication of the level of performance achieved than financial ratios and may be less susceptible to distortion by factors such as uncontrollable variations in the effect of market forces in operation. So we are saying a combination of financial and non-financial measures is likely to be the most successful, though non-financial performance indicators do also have merits. Okay? Now, let me move to a performance measurement model number one, which is the balance scorecard. Plan and Norton introduced this some time back, and it has become so useful. Most organizations actually, when they look at the strategies of most companies, you realize that they use a balanced scorecard even to strategize, to determine where they want to move. And the balanced scorecard actually can be cascaded down from the top up to the lower level. And these elements of the balanced scorecard are interlinked, they are interrelated, and therefore, so we are saying a balanced scorecard may be defined as the performance management and the strategic development methodology that deploys both financial and non-financial measures relating to an organization's critical success factors. What are the critical success factors? There is the goal and the measure. When you are evaluating the performance of any organization, please don't look elsewhere. Look at the measure, look at the elements or the perspective of the balance scorecard, but go down to the goal and the measure when you're evaluating performance. And I'm going to give you examples of what's the goal and what is the measure on each of the elements that we have above. So let me start with the financial performance. The financial perspective is concerned with measuring of the traditional finance performance. This we have the earnings per share. Earnings per share, you know what it means. You have the sales, you have costs, you have the share profit, share price. We have profits, naming. There are so many. But what is the goal? The goal under financial perspective is like to lower costs. Because when you lower costs, how do you get profits? You get profits by getting your sales minus cost of sales. Okay? How do you get your cost of sales? Pending stock and purchases, less closing stock. I think that is just in something that you should be knowing often in your area subjects. So for you to get profits, you get sales minus cost of sales. Now, if you want to improve the profits at that level, operational profits, it means you need to reduce the costs. Why is it a financial perspective? Because for you to increase profits, you need to reduce costs. So if reducing cost is a goal, what is the measure? The measure should be, and by the way, the goal is not only about the lowering of costs, it can be process efficiency, it can even be increasing the revenues. Okay? But the main measure is increase the profitability. Because you say, yes, my goal was to lower costs. But what is the measure? Increased profitability. Have profits increased? Yes or no? The goal can be process efficiency or increase revenue. But retention of customers and what have you. But the bottom line is the measure. Have you measured it? Yes. Profits have increased by 30%. What was the goal? The goal was increase revenue. Okay, that is just one example. When you look at each perspective, you look at it in that manner. So let me move to customer perspective. This perspective relates to the extent at which customers are satisfied of their needs and market segments in which an organization competes. For example, product or service reliability, satisfaction on price or quality, etc. All those can be very effective under customer perspective. The customer perspective is all about ensuring that you satisfy the needs of your customers, the segments of the customers. They could be different. You could be having the old ones, you could be having the young ones. Your objective is to make sure that each segment is satisfied because you need to know what they need. And marketing is all about anticipation of customer needs and wants and make sure that you satisfy them. Okay. So, what is the goal? The goal could be maybe lower wait time. Maybe I want customer partnership. What is the measure? Increase customer satisfaction. A measure should be something that you can be able to measure. How do you get customer satisfaction? You can do a survey and figure out the rate at which you satisfy your level of customers. But remember, your goal was to lower wait time, was to enhance customer partnership. But when you move to the measure, have you increased customer satisfaction? You go and look at that measure. Then you are doing the analysis well. What else do we look at? The internal business perspective. This perspective focuses on what an organization must excel at to meet the customer needs, such as faster delivery, improve the quality of materials, better production processes, among any other, because you can say, I need also to have faster delivery, improve the quality of materials, better production processes. Now, what is your goal? My goal is process efficiency. Oh, process efficiency. So you need to improve the staff knowledge and the skills along with improve the tools and technology. You need to have manufacturing excellence, cycle time reduction, high quality control procedures being implemented, which also facilitate reduction defects. That will contribute to a reduction in the cost as the measure. Have you reduced the cost? Yes. Which means now your goal of cycle time reduction of high quality procedures being implemented, or manufacturing excellence has been attained. Now move to innovation and learning. This perspective focuses on how a business is improving its ability to innovate, improve, and learn so as to enable success with the critical operations and processes. Innovation and learning perspective. Now, you might have a goal of, let's say, improve knowledge and skills of the people you are using in your organization. Then, what it requires you to do is to do capacity building, improve tools and technology. What are you looking at? The measure. It is faster processing and delivery. Can you figure out that? Can you measure it? Yes. How long does it take you to deliver or to answer a phone call, for example, when a customer calls? 2 minutes. Then you are saying, yes, the innovation and learning is doing wonders. So that is how you can analyze. The examination question might come up and they give you a balance scorecard and they tell you to analyze the performance of an organization. Please make internal business perspective. The internal business perspective focuses on what an organization must excel at to meet the customer needs. What are you going to do now? The difference between innovation and learning perspective, innovation and learning might concentrate on the individual themselves to improve. Okay? To innovate, to make sure that the staff have the necessary knowledge and know-how. But the internal business, you are looking at the process. What must you excel at? Okay? What must you focus on? This perspective focuses on how a business is improving its ability to innovate, improve, and to learn to enable success with the critical operations and processes. Do you get the difference here? For example, here with innovation and learning, you want to make, are we talking about the same thing? The internal business perspective, you are looking at the process efficiency, and the innovation and learning, you are looking at the knowledge and skills of the individuals and the staff. Okay? So such that now, when you're talking about internal business perspective, you might look at reducing costs, but that is maybe something that you can measure in terms of measure, and the goal could be process efficiency, improve staff knowledge and skills, along with improved tools and technology. You improve the tools and technology that you are using, manufacturing excellence, for example, cycle time reduction, high quality control procedures being implemented, which also facilitated the reduction in defects. For example, you'll be having so many defective tools. And now, for you to realize that for you to reduce costs, you say that, okay, let me employ in process efficiency. Maybe let me be checking before something moves out of the stores, and you improve that. That is internal business perspective. But innovation and learning, you improve knowledge and skills of the people that you are using. That is capacity building. Okay? You improve the knowledge, the tools and technology. For example, faster processing and delivery. When you improve knowledge of your staff, they are going to process faster. If they are taking 3 hours and you train them and they take 2 hours, that is part of innovation and learning perspective. If you are taking, if you are a Cuba or you don't have Cuba, if you are Yego tax and you're taking 3 hours to deliver something, now you're taking only 10 minutes or 30 minutes, then that is innovation and learning. So basically, we are saying under innovation and learning, you're concentrating on improving the knowledge and skills or capacity building of the individuals or the staff that are working for you to be in position to do things faster and innovatively. Okay? Now, if you allow me, ideally, I wanted you to move to another element, but it is quite long. I wanted to move to performance pyramid as another performance measurement model, but given the amount of time left, 10 minutes, I want to use this time to answer any question that you might be having. If we have another session on Saturday, like you guys are saying, then I can now continue with other elements that I've not tackled, which are also very crucial. But in the meantime, please read your notes, read everything, prepare as if you are preparing for a closed book session. There is a lot that you have not covered, which I believe you should be covering, things to do with divisional structure and performance measures. Some element of transfer pricing is very important for you. The document, I'll share it. There are things to do with the PESTEL analysis. It's very important. The things to do with the BCG portfolio matrix, the portals 5 forces. It was very important for me to discuss it with you. I wanted also to basically discuss in depth the strategic models used in planning, assessing business performance, like the portals 5 forces, like I've said, which you also need to understand. Then the element of the SWOT. Most of those things, when you read them, please try to understand the basic. Try to understand the point. If you are reading, for example, the balance scorecard, understand the financial perspective. But when you are looking at an examination question, the bottom line for you is to understand that this financial perspective is only concerned with measuring the traditional performance measures. But in the examination paper, they might, or the question scenario, the measures might not be the ones indicated here. Here I indicated earnings per share, sales, cost, share price, profits, or any other thing. In the question, please try to analyze which financial perspective they've given to you. And even this balance scorecard can be asked in two ways. They can either give you some numbers to calculate. Even you remember that non-financial performance measures, you can also do some calculations to determine whether there is innovation, whether there is improved quality of service, whether there is improved flexibility, improved reliability. They can give you some statistics for you to be in position to use them and come up with a scenario-based answer when you are analyzing the performance of any organization. So let me use the remaining minutes for you to ask a few questions if you have. Thanks. I shall be glad to get back to you or to share the presentation and the Excel sheet for you to use it just in case you are revising. And if time allows, I'm sure I'll be glad. These explanations are very interesting. You can send us an email or WhatsApp and incorporate with Victor for another self-revision. Thank you so much too. Thanks so much, PC. These are going to be shared for sure. And I'm sure Gilbert will share them as soon as possible. And they are summarized, okay? If they are summarized, do you know what it requires you to do? Please, first read the ones which are extended. And after looking at those ones which are extended, you can use these ones which are summarized, because I came to realize that, yes, on some slides, I tried to explain, but I didn't want to make it so boring. You know, it is a presentation, and you want, when you are presenting and you want to put all information in a presentation, sometimes it bores. So that's why I decided to use at least the summarized presentation of some of the areas. But at least the explanations are quite clear. You can really read them and make sure that if you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me questions. Slides are going to be shared. Having another class, I'm not too sure, but what I wanted to do is really to thank you for your cooperation. You've been such an interesting class. I hope that you pass this paper and you meet in another, maybe another level paper. Because right now, if I'm not in this paper, I might also be in another paper. Which books do you recommend for us to read? Equal book is summarized with no details. Now, WM, you've not indicated your name, but let me tell you, the book that you're talking about, which is a bit summarized, it is the equal textbook. And believe me, there is a lot of information, there is a lot of textbooks that you can read. Me, because I've been a student of SCCA like sometime back, I can say 12, 13 years ago. I know some of the content that are in this textbook that we have, performance management. I realized that some of the strategic performance management content, they got it from the SCCA textbook. It is more of management because, again, if you're talking about SIMA, they bring in some elements to do with performance management. But again, I don't think the textbook is really summarized as you're saying, because I also referred to it when I was preparing these scenarios. Some of the examples, I get them from the textbook. And don't complicate your life, students. The textbook, the learning outcomes that they are going to use to set this exam, it is the same textbook that you are using. Same textbook for strategic performance management. Believe me, I'm 100% sure that it's the textbook that they're going to use to set for your exam. You might as well look for other textbooks out there, but for the purposes of passing this exam, the textbook you have at hand and the past papers you have at your disposal are enough for you to pass this paper. But the biggest mistake that you shouldn't do is to go in this paper when you believe that you're going to get answers from all the reference materials. Okay, okay. The paper is too wide, yes. The paper is too wide, I understand. But there are certain areas that really never miss in the exam. I should say things to do with non-financial performance measures. Please make sure that if you don't know the balance scorecard, if you don't know the performance prism, if you don't know the building blocks, at least you know those other elements that we should have ordered to look at. The Potter's five forces motto, the custom analysis can form part of section A question. You might also need to look at transfer pricing, divisional performance, because it has elements of return on investment, economic value addition, economic value added, it has residual income. I mean, those areas are quite important, but it doesn't mean that you're supposed also, me, if I were you, like we started, we cannot stop. And I'm just giving you a snapshot of areas that never miss in the exam, but doesn't mean that the rest of the other areas are going to miss out in the exam. Okay? So these areas that we've not tackled, please make sure that you get time for them. Get time for them, look through them. This paper is passable if you read it, and it's quite interesting because some of the things are quite interesting. They're even interesting to read. For example, okay, thank you for your cooperation. So you've been an interesting class. So I should say just hope to see you soon. Okay, great. Thank you for your cooperation. I've been an interesting class. Yes, hope to see you soon. That is my last remark. And hopefully you pass. I want at least each of you to pass the exam. Next time we meet, you're like, okay, this one or this one. The only problem is for me to give you my tips, my areas of concern, and you don't pass the exam. I'm sure this is a possible exam. The pass mark is still very low. It is even less than 40%, but I wanted to be the first class that has ever passed this paper with the flying colors. Okay? Hopefully you can do that. Enjoy the rest of the evening. If there's another opportunity for another revision class, we shall get in touch. Bye-bye. Nice evening.